all academic staff of Ndeje University, all ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I promise you tea is coming. Be assured of that. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Nkumba International Research Conference, NILIC 2026, which has been convened under the theme Catalyzing Research, Knowledge and Innovation in Realizing Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference reaffirms Nkumba University and Ndeje University's commitment in advancing research, fostering innovation, and generating knowledge that addresses contemporary societal challenges while contributing to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Research remains at the heart of sustainable development, and through collaborative scholarship, we can be able to develop practical solutions and transform communities and improve livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly delighted that this year's conference, that is NILIC 2026, is being organized in partnership with Ndeje University. I expected a very loud whose collaboration demonstrates the power of inter-university cooperation in promoting academic excellence and impactful research. Deputy Vice Chancellor, would dearly want to thank you so much for allowing Ndeje University to partner with us on this academic journey. Ndeje University, thank you so much, each one of you. Can you stand up for recognition? All academic staff of Ndeje University, so that Nkumba University can see the power of Ndeje University in the house. We thank you so much for putting in all the time to make sure that this is a success. Nkumba University, also thank you so much. I know you are going to say, I think you are taking on Ndeje University now and forgetting about us. But I would want to thank you so much for also putting in the time to make sure that this comes to be a success. On behalf of Nkumba University, I extend our sincere appreciation to Ndeje University management for joining us in this important endeavor. This is my ask and request, that let this not be the last. I would want us to, even the next year's conference, come together, put our heads together, and organize it together. But this time hosted by Ndeje University. There are not so many local universities that are partnering together for such causes. This is a signal to all of them that locally we can come together and do impactful work. And this is my ask from each one of you. The journey of collaboration together has started. Can we see more even research projects being undertaken between each other, Ndeje University and Nkumba University? Can the postgraduate schools work together? We can compete for bigger grants out there together, and we can win and work together. That is my ask from each one of you. And I will be so happy when I see this come to be a reality. I want to thank also other partners that have supported us in the past. NDA, NPA, that have made sure that NIRIC survives and continues to thrive. Thank you so much. I want to thank all the people that have been part of the organization of this conference, led by the chairperson of the conference, Professor Solomon from Nkumba University, and Professor Martha Chibuka Musoke from Ondeje University. Can you stand up for recognition? Thank you so much for sparing time to make sure that this comes out to be a success. Never measure yourself with the low numbers. I want to assure you the low numbers can do great things. How many disciples did Jesus have? How many? But now what are they doing? They are ruling the entire world. So never really think few numbers cannot do anything. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather researchers, academicians, policymakers, industry players, and development practitioners from diverse disciplines and backgrounds, I encourage all participants to engage meaningfully, share knowledge generously, and forge partnerships that will strengthen our collective contribution towards sustainable development. So, Ondeje staff, if you leave this place without a partner here from Nkumba, or the Nkumba staff, if the Ondeje staff leave you without partnering with them in any way, it's a loss for you. I am confident that the deliberations and outcomes of this conference will inspire innovative ideas and provide actionable recommendations that advance rational, regional, and global development aspirations. I would really dearly want to thank you all for your participation in today's activities and wish you a very good, fruitful engagement during this conference, NIRIC 2026. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. At this point in time, I would want to humbly invite our keynote speakers, Deputy Vice Chancellor Ondeje University, Dr. Christopher Mayanja, to come and give us his remarks and also give
Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor, Nkumba University, and the Vice Chancellor, Nkumba University, the Chairperson of the Organizing Committee, our Master of Ceremonies, or Director of Ceremonies for this international conference, the Organizing Committee of this already successful international conference, colleagues, the scholars, students present. MACU students are also scholars in the making. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first of all welcome you to this joint international conference organized by Nkumba University in conjunction with Ondeje University. Thanks for making time for this very important conference where scholars come together to share share developmental ideas. Ideas which are well informed by the academia mainly, through research and definitely sharing the outputs of research. It's one thing to do research, it's another to share it for the purpose that is intended. I want to thank the organizing committee for identifying me to be the chief guest at this conference, and also to give the keynote address. May you put your hands together. The organizing committee. So now I go into the keynote address. I've already been introduced. I so happen to be welcoming you here at Nkumba University as the University Council Chairperson. You are most welcome. But in the same vein, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Ndeje University, I also welcome you to this very important occasion. This occasion, like you've already heard, is bringing us together to share very important ideas on how we can support development, especially through the Sustainable Development Goals. We always have to make a contribution. And from the onset, I want to encourage you colleagues. For the scholars who have put together papers, conference papers, don't leave them at the conference. Process these papers further. Would like to see publications out of them. I think I heard the Vice Chancellor very well, encouraging us to partner. For me, I always promote co-authorship, because in academia, it gives you a better mile than individual authorship. So let us take that. Let us not hide our papers in our armpits, that this one is my paper. It always adds value when you co-authored with other scholars. Because by that, scholarship will be built, bringing on board other scholars, coming together, putting their heads together for a good cause in the field. It is surely an honor to be part of this very first international academic collaboration between Nkumba University and Ndeje University. And it is also a pointer to the sister institutions that we are going away from the days of fear of competition. We are going into collaboration so that we can grow together for a good cause. I think I once again thank the organizers for thinking through this positively to bring together institutions for a good cause. Thank you very much. This academic conference with the theme Catalyzing Research, Knowledge and Innovation in Realizing the Sustainable Development Goals is timely. It is part of the academic foundation through which research is shared to contribute to and try to find solutions to the challenges in technology, livelihoods, sustainable development, innovation, poverty alleviation, climate change, sustainable development, and many others. These opportunities that all the scholars are discussing here today are a stepping stone to research, innovation that are reshaping the world and also improving humanity. Through the Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted by the United Nations in the year 2015, this conference is reminding us to use evidence-based research as a stepping stone to call for action in the global arena. Remember, all of us have a role to play if we are to achieve the SDGs of the UN. So this is one of the avenues through which we can make a contribution. In order for this to be successful, more collaborations like this one will help to share ideas, to strengthen collaborations that will bring about transformation through the academia. We, the academic institutions, are the producers of new knowledge, and therefore we hold the mantle through which decisions can be made for societal transformation. And we hold this mantle from which knowledge we are able to teach, to mentor, and to prepare our students to be critical thinkers and innovators whose outcomes inform policy as well as decision making. It leads to development of solutions to the challenges at a global scale. We have the opportunity to prepare our students to be the next generation of leaders, the next generation of scientists, entrepreneurs, as well as change makers. We have the opportunities to merge research and social transformation by always adopting the new technologies that allow us to become more impactful, accessible, and responsive to society's needs. One of the opportunities is making sure that we strengthen the connection between research and societal impact. Ladies and gentlemen, a common academic principle says, knowledge generated through research only becomes valuable when it is shared and used to improve society. So we should always remind ourselves on that. This conference therefore is allowing us to use and share what the various scholars have here today with the decision makers, policy makers, welcome the online colleagues who are part of this international conference. So digital transformation is the way to go. We can't go back on technology. It has come to stay. We just have to embrace it and work with it, especially us in academia. Initially, we were worried about artificial intelligence in academia, but now we have the comfort to work with it. All we have to do is to go ahead of AI. We shouldn't fear. We shouldn't be worried about AI and what it comes with. This one will also help us secure research funding. It reminds us of the interdisciplinary initiatives that empower researchers and students to translate ideas into solutions that allow us to achieve and realize the Sustainable Development Goals. As a simple illustration, in Uganda, you are all aware that now the target is to take Uganda's economy growing tenfold from about 50 billion US dollars to 500 billion US dollars by the year 2040. And remember, that comes with the enablers. If we remind ourselves, a simple acronym, ATMs, because of our usual automated teller machines. But these ATMs, the enablers for the tenfold growth, are talking to agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrialization, including manufacturing, and then the S, talking to science, technology, and innovation, meaning that these are priority. And in the program, I've seen very many scholars presenting papers under those particular enablers. So this is the way to go. For such strategies, research and innovation is very key in providing solutions to the prevailing challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as we strive to this, let us be reminded to ensure the importance of exercising ethical research in the academia. Let us adopt certain ideas like artificial intelligence in academia in the most ethical way. Researchers should remain critical thinkers as we use artificial intelligence. Once we create such environments, we mentor and nurture young researchers to be creative and curious. Thank you for creating time for this important international conference, bringing together Nkumba University and Indeje University. And at Indeje, our motto is, the fear of God brings knowledge and wisdom. While at Nkumba, our motto is reminding us and reminding the entire community. And we say, I owe you. With those few remarks, I once again thank the organizers. I once again thank you, the participants at this joint international conference. And I want to formally declare this international conference officially open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor and our chairperson, council, and the DVC, Indeje University. Our colleagues, as you can see the program, we have completed the opening session. We shall have a group photo, but I'm seeing the weather changing. It was meant to be outside. The photographer can help us to understand that very well, or where we shall go. As you can see the program, colleagues, we have breakout sessions because we are going to have many papers and they will move concurrently. So as you can see, we have session 1, there is what we call Nkumba Library Level 4. That's why we are seated here. And we shall request after the photograph, session 1 Applied Sciences will remain here. And the session 5 Social Sciences and Humanities will remain here. And then we have Nkumba Library Level 2, I think one floor below this. And that's where we shall expect people of session computing and IT to go. If you can see your names, and if you are interested to follow a given paper, then you will follow where these presenters are going to be. So computing will go library level 2, and also education, session 2 education, they will also go to level 2, and art and design, they will also go to level 2, and the business management, they will also go to level 2. And then after that, we shall have later on a plenary, which shall come back here for concluding the conference. So yes, I think I've been advised, since we are being blessed by God, we don't want you to be washed. We are going to stand just in front here for the photo. Is that true? And after the photo, Chair and I guess when I wanted to allow me alter the program briefly, maybe we can have break our tea, so that once we finish the tea, people can break and go down to their sessions. I know that is better for colleagues. So let us move very fast. We have the photo here. From the photo, we're going to have our tea. Is that okay? Okay, I'm being advised, let us have the first photo with the guest of honor, then the rest will come. Please, the guest of honor, you are most welcome. But to do that very fast, photographers, we need to move very fast due to time. We request all the other members to join in. Okay, let's have Nkumba team first. Oh, sorry. Major team, please. First join in. Yes. Nkumba and all the other.
Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies
You will allow us to request those invited guests who are participating other than Nkumba staff to stand also take, because I can see the group is other than the staff, Nkumba staff, is other presenters other than Nkumba staff. Yes, presenters particularly. Presenters.
Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Nkumba Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools: the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Nkumba Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant tourism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools: the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpolwe Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpowe Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities.
This is the presentation outline. We have the problem statement. We shall peruse through the objectives, research questions that come from these objectives. We shall have significance of our study in question. We shall have the theoretical framework or the conceptual framework, the literature review, and the gaps that I've identified and the way they are going to be filled. So we shall proceed with the methodology, key results and findings. Then lastly, we shall be giving conclusions and key recommendation. So in the introduction, we have the major energy barriers in health care, which is very problematic, as we all know that Uganda currently has around 7,000 health facilities, that is the hospitals, clinics, healthcare centers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and therefore a problem, they have a problem when it comes to energy, backup, and all that stuff. So it is largely believed, and through the writers, that is Dr. Mondo Mustafa, Afam Ozoka, that indeed we have what we call energy poverty in our low and middle income countries, and it is estimated to have about 675 million people that are below the energy status. So that is now on the global scale. So in the sub-Saharan or the continental perspective, we have about 80% of us in health facilities, largely depending on diesel generators as our main source for backup choice, and as clearly stated by Dr. Makumbi David and others in 2024. So on the national level, Analysis, we have, as you can see, that is the existing solar panel, and then the other one for the girl. It also shows improvement in particular, improvement in parameters, including the energy, efficiency, and also temperature. There was temperature reduction because the current solar panels which we have, whenever there is an increase in the temperature, there is a tendency of energy reduction and losses. So in this particular context, since it is tagged with the gale, it always reduces the temperature, hence optimizing and improving on the energy analysis. And these were the conclusions that also emanate from that side, conclusions and recommendation. So on applying this or simulating this, it gave us the low power supply product probability of 1.8 for electrical standards, and that is an improvement because it is always beyond this. So the environmental benefits, as seen in Homer software and MATLAB, it showed us an improvement of reduction at around 89% as compared to the existing ones. So that gave us the financial viability of 5 to 6, 6.5 to 8.5 cost-benefit analysis and the payback period. So in the recommendation, we recommend that this model we go ahead to experiment it, to pilot it in all health facilities in this country. It will go a long way to save on the energy and also address the problem of energy demand both on grid and off grid. So and also the other recommendation, I recommend that studies must be done when it comes to life cycle assessment for these polymers, because now I'm using a polymer from a local material which I do not want to disclose because I know it will destroy it now, but I saw it is very important for us really to find out the disposal and the recyclability of the polymer. Then also integrate, it is our desire, or my desire, that we integrate that system with the biogas and the biomass because it's going to address the rural problem. So in rural, the biogas and the biomass, I'm looking at people in the cattle corridor, they can be able to use the cow dung, they can be able to not get all that stuff, they can always be able to get manure, to get plant remains or materials, residues, and we can convert them into energy. So I feel that one should be further exploited. And also there is a need to further standardize the design guides. The design guides such that we are moving or such that we are able to develop a particular scale for Uganda only. Because as we all note that most of the scales are gotten or emanate from sub-Saharan countries with the largest percentage of people, and that is Nigeria or South Africa. So which means that the problems of Uganda are a little bit left out. And with that, thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Doc. You have worked within time, and I hope you set that pace. So you can take a seat and we will receive questions later after the 4 presentations. Thank you. We are receiving Professor Raj Mesa. Professor Raj will be talking about aquaculture and sustainable food security in Uganda. Prof, if you're ready now, you're beginning at 10:25. You have that floor.
Thank you, Chair, and you're all welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that I'm covering has already been mentioned, is aquaculture and sustainable food security in Uganda. It is a pathway towards achieving the sustainable which includes time series analysis, aquaculture suitability zones in Uganda, minor lake-based aquaculture development, value chain and employment opportunities, projection of production to 2035, and then contributions to the UN SDG before we come to the conclusion. Now, I'm starting with a brief opening remark. The title of this study, as we noted, evokes the theory of exponential population growth and linear growth of food supply. This idea was, I think, this theory was developed by Malthus in 1798. It forecasted that at a certain time, population growth would overtake food supply, resulting in widespread insecurity. And according to that first diagram, the second one I think is a bit faint. The first one shows a cross-section. That is where the danger point is, when the linear growth of food supply and the exponential growth of population crosses, then that other line, that other space up there is the danger zone, where there will be a lot of widespread food insecurity. But that has not yet occurred, because the prevailing technological innovations in food production, including those in aquaculture and other efforts aimed at population control, are currently averting the theory. The second diagram, which I had drawn, should be showing where the population tends to turn off, okay, from going up straight, like the one of Malthus. It's because of the effort being put in population control. In addition to that, it will be slightly below the food production level, so that we are sustainably operating at that level. Now, the following introductory slides, see, time is a constraint, sort of summarize that the abundant resources that cover the abundant resources of water, okay, that's the water resources, cover approximately 76%, okay, of our planet Earth. And about 27% of Uganda areas is also covered by water and swamps. They also highlight, the slides will also highlight the capture fisheries, that the capture fisheries have reached their maximum sustainable level of approximately 98 million tons at a global level. That was right from 1990, with Uganda contributing about 650,000 tons. Since okay.
We are still by
Technical problem. This guy who was talking about solar energy
needs to come up.
should actually help. Is it back?
Yeah. Start.
Yeah, okay. I was just saying that Uganda is contributing about 650,000 tons of fish. Since 2019, this is also at maximum level already. So while aquaculture is already producing 131 globally, which is more than the capture fisheries, in Uganda we are only producing up to 140,000 tons, which is still below the maximum, below the capture fisheries. There is of course this technological capacity which we believe and up in this research to show that with technological innovation, we are able to overcome the reduction in fish production through aquaculture. So this study, therefore, explores how aquaculture can be scaled and optimized to sustainably increase fish production and contribute to the growing demand for food and nutrition. This table shows the global production, as I mentioned earlier, and that of Uganda. You can see, and then of course the benefits that are being derived from the fish production. We have 223 million tons globally, while in Uganda we have 776,000 tons. Then of course, the comparison between captive fisheries and aquaculture, we have the 92 million tons, which is currently taking place since 1990 actually, and it's stabilized at that level. Between 92 98 was maximum, and so it's really at its maximum sustainable level. And aquaculture production is the one which has now overtaken, it's now 131 million tons, and that which is locally produced in Uganda, we have reached to 140. This diagram shows the blue line, for example, shows the stabilization of capture fisheries. That's the natural capture fisheries from the lakes, etc. Whereas the red line then shows the rise of aquaculture production, which globally has now crossed, which is producing more because it's producing 131, whereas total production of capture fisheries is only 92. So that is where it has bypassed, and it is therefore through aquaculture that we believe will be in a position to increase productivity accordingly. Now, with the resource base, one of the things which is good in this study is that the resource base is abundant. We can see that 76% of the globe is covered by water, so a lot can be produced from it. And locally in Uganda, we have about 27% of the area is covered by water and swamps, etc. So a lot of production can continue to take place through aquaculture. Now, that map, that the globe actually shows the blue area is water, the green is land, and the white is ice caps. So you can see how much water we have available for the production of fish. Although the capture fisheries is now at its maximum, we believe through aquaculture we may be in a position to continue to increase fish production. Now, with the problem that we see in the studies that aquaculture has become a reliable sector for fish production globally, and it is technically possible to increase production to meet demands. And this study, therefore, examined the contribution of aquaculture to sustainable food security in Uganda as assessed the potential for future expansion. The objectives of the study are the following. We did examine the trends in fisheries and aquaculture production. They will be showing that in a table. And then we identified the spatially suitable zones in Uganda for aquaculture development using GIS-based analysis. And we did assess the structure of the aquaculture value chain and its employment potential benefits. And we developed an econometric model to project aquaculture production scenarios up to 2035 achievement of sustainable development goals. The methods we adopted included detailed time series analysis of global and Uganda's fisheries production from 1990 to 2024. We also used the TIS-based partial suitability assessment for aquaculture production in Uganda. And then, in addition to having key informant interviews, those specialists who are in the fishery sector were sort of talked to and provided very useful information. And then the development of the econometric model to forecast aquaculture production from 25 to 2035. Now, with the results, generally, we found that there is increased investment there is need for increased investment involving public and private collaboration. There is also growth of commercial feed industry. Hatchery expansion for increased fingerling production is the need. And then diversification of species of fish for aquaculture from only 2 to more than 2. And then expansion into the use of minor lakes for semi-intensive aquaculture. This was the time series data we used to come up to give the analyzed data to get that particular result. Result number 1, which is the time series analysis of captive fisheries and aquaculture production, 1990 to 2024. This time series analysis showed that captive fisheries have reached their sustainable limits. Available information from FAO and from Ministry of Agriculture indicates that it is technically possible to increase fish production through aquaculture. We have already seen that diagram, and that is the structure for Uganda. The captive fisheries and aquaculture production, which is still below the captive fisheries, but we believe it will, because it is now growing, we believe it will eventually catch up with the captive fishery, which has stabilized. And for results too, the identification of aquaculture suitable zones in Uganda, those are the zones which have been identified. There are 9 of them, which is quite useful for aquaculture production in the various parts of Uganda. And then the possible aquaculture production zones, out of those 9 zones, we looked at the farming system which should be applied, priority species that
We have
should be
eaten
used
3
there,
minutes.
and then the stocking rate.
We have eaten 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, that is the recommended stocking rates for those farming systems using those particular species on the left-hand side, Claria, this tilapia, catfish, and Nile perch. And for result 3, the assessment of minor lakes-based aquaculture development, we believe that many of these redundant minor lakes, which count up to 1/6, can be usefully put into practice for aquaculture production. And for result 4, employment opportunities along the value chain, we calculated and found out that an additional 300 jobs are expected to be realized, particularly in the area of input supply, hatchery production, feed manufacturing, fish farming, harvesting and processing, and distribution and marketing. And then in this table is...
Prof, I think if you could jump to the last one, because we have not eaten enough.
conclusion.
Yes, please.
Okay. That's result number 5 of production, projection of production, where we have projected that using this particular as stronger, the drivers, the five drivers indicated below there. And the process, and of course, we developed that regression-based estimated model for prediction of the resources, where those values, where the different factors are represented by those letters, and then the coefficients are represented there, and this is the result of that use of that econometric regression analysis, which eventually came up with that table, which has got the indices which were used to produce the final result for prediction purposes. So using that formula, we were able to predict what can happen from 25 to 30 to the year 2035.
Last one, Prof. It's 6 minutes past the time that we were scheduled.
Yeah. Okay. Can I conclude? The conclusion is that sustainable aquaculture development can play a major role in supporting national food security. And we are therefore recommending the expansion of the hatchery. We are recommending expansion of the hatchery capacity, development of domestic fish feeding industry, investment in cage, tank, and minor lake-based aquaculture, and strengthening human and institutional capacity building, developing, of course, aquaculture financing, and finally, establishment of environmental and monitoring system. Once those are in place, we should be in a position to achieve our target. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Like we mentioned earlier, questions are coming in after the four presenters. May I now ask Ronald Shaban to take the floor. This is our third presenter in this session. I want to request members, let's stick within time. Let's try to stick within time because the presenters are still very, very many. So Shaban will be talking about the design of an integrated biogas and biomass, solar, bifacial renewable energy system for rural facilities and teaching hospitals. If you are ready, I want to hand the floor to you. Is there a technical problem? Are we run short of IT capacity? Okay, we have got a breakthrough, I think. Okay,
Good morning, panelists.
It's 10:45, and so we are short of time, and it will be 15 minutes. Thank you.
Presenting the design of an integrated biomass and solar biofacial renewable energy systems for rural health facilities and teaching hospitals. My name is Oneshan Ronald Shaban, Faculty of Engineering at the University. Access to reliable and sustainable energy is a cornerstone of effective healthcare delivery, whereby you find that most of us here, we rely on the rural healthcare facilities. And according to the World Health Organization report of 2021, shows that 80% of the Uganda healthcare background is mainly dependent on the rural healthcare facilities and the general hospitals across the country. But we should be aware that hospitals and health facilities require an uninterruptible power for life-saving equipment, surgical equipment, intensive care, and refrigerators. In rural areas and semi-urban areas of developing nations, however, energy infrastructure remains fragile and interconnected. Like most of the healthcare facilities lack uninterruptible power supply, whereby you find that there is increased cases of death because of the uninterruptible power supply, where we lost so many lives. Every day we lose almost 10 individuals per day because of interruptible supply. The problem statement: rural healthcare facilities and teaching hospitals need uninterruptible power supply for the critical functions, surgery, intensive care, vaccine storage and sterilization. Yet in rural areas of developing countries, energy supply is unreliable and largely dependent on diesel engines, causing the ENS, which is the energy not supplied, events that compromise cares and contribute to preventable death. Whereby, if we are able to come up to solve that issue, we will be able to reduce the number of deaths that is happening in our society daily because of the uninterruptible supply. We find that in rural areas, most of the time, most of the rural health facilities, they are off the grid, meaning that they have no power supply. So this study addresses the gap by designing and optimizing an integrated biogas, biomass, and solar biofacial polygeneration system to deliver nearly complete renewable energy autonomy for a reference rural teaching hospital and healthcare facilities. One of the main objectives here is to design an integrated biogas, biomass, solar biofacial polygeneration system that meets the electricity, steam, and hot water and cooking fuel needs for the rural healthcare facilities. The specific objectives we have is to optimize the system using optimized system sizing and dispatch using the mixed integral linear programming and the pitch analysis to evaluate the design under a technical, economic, environmental, social reliability framework, then to quantify reduction in immersion and energy not supply relative to a diesel-only baseline. We will find that one of the research questions we have here is what is the optimal sizing and dispatch configuration for a combined solar, biofacial, biomass, and biogas system serving a rural teaching hospital or rural healthcare facility. The second question is how much can energy not supply and loss of power supply probability be reduced? Then the third question is what are the environmental, economic, social returns of the integrated system under our technical, economic, environmental, social, and reliable framework? Then how does the proposed triple hybrid
system perform against the existing single ones, audio technologies that we have existing. The significance of this study is to improve the patient safety by directly reducing the equipment failure in ICUs. I, for one, being a biomedical engineer, we see this challenge as well. We find that most of the hospitals power supply, and every day we keep on losing lives because of that. But these studies, when we integrate these systems, the biomass, the biogas, and biofuel solar systems into our rural healthcare facilities, will be solving one of the biggest problems that we have in the health facilities. And then another significant is to provide only 100% renewable energy. As one of our speakers here was giving us his presentation, we are going to face a scenario where power went off. Just imagine right now, like the same scenario happened when they're operating your family member, meaning that there are high chances of losing life. So how can we reduce that? By integrating the renewable energy into the healthcare facilities. The literature review gap identified, we find that most of the studies shows that they model the PV, wind, diesel and battery system, both limited to deal. Okay, one of the first gap I identified was most of the studies that have been done or that have been implemented, they do the DO technology. They only integrate solar into the health facilities. Or you find some facility has solar and then they on-grid power. But some of the time, other facilities have the standby generator and then the power. But one of the biggest challenges that still face those who use the diesel system is you will find that they run out of fuel, and then also sometimes those diesel generators need servicing, and most of the time they are not serviced in time, which they need to break down. But if you have an integrated system where we are having the biomass, biogas, and then the solar biofuel system, meaning that we have more than one or two sources of energy to supply our health facilities. Then one of the also we have the literary review gap that I identified is that most of the solar that we use in Uganda, they are monofacial. But if we implement the bifacial solar into our rural health facilities, we will be able to attain 5 to 30% more than the energy that you are receiving at first. Then the gap that has been identified, that there's need to integrate the solar bifacial, biomass, and biogas as a single triple hybrid system with the framework of technical, economic, environmental, social, and reliable framework. The methodology that we used, one was the load profiling. This is where we chose an example of a 200-bed hospital. The reason why we chose the 200-bed hospital is the basic health center for most of the time, there are 150 and 200-bed health facilities. Meaning that during our profiling, we decided to choose a 200-bed hospital, and then we were able to build the electrical hour and then the thermal and the fuel demand need for that hospital. And during this load profiling, we use softwares like Homa Pro and then MATLAB to help us in the profiling and be able to understand the quantity of energy that's needed to supply those health facilities. Another one, we use the MILD, which is the mixed interlinear programming optimization. Under this, we are able to use Python in order to understand how we can optimize and reduce the costs that always take us. Because if you bring it to layman's terms and you are using fuel, because most of the hospitals, they are off the grid.
We have 5 minutes.
If you are using fuel, most of the time, you'll find that there is IPOS that is being used in this. Our key finding that we found out that we will be able to utilize 96.8% of the renewable energy, which is a very good start according to the previous statistics that shows that Ugandans are not utilizing the renewable energy that we have. Then the second finding that we found out, we have the loss of power supply will be able to reduce from 12% to 0.7%, which will be able to improve our reliability on the power we have, and also which is directly proportional to saving more lives. Then another finding that we found out, we're going to reduce 97.2% of the carbon dioxide immersion. If we are using generators, it means that we are toxifying the environment. But when you use this system, we are going to be able to reduce the carbon immersion into the community. And then we are going to be able to create the jobs for the youth and the people in the country during this. The conclusion we have, the integrated biomass achieves 96.8% of the renewable energy. It also reduced to the reduction of the carbon immersion into the environment by 79.2%. And then also, the recommendation we have here is to adopt renewable, steady hospital structure standards as embedded into the financial requirement to support the upfront capital records. If we implement this system, we will be able to save life and we will be able to have a very good healthcare delivery system in the country. Our future work is to do a climate resilient modeling, hydrogen storage as seasonal, before or pilot deployment at a partner teaching hospital that you have. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaban, and for keeping within time. Thank you indeed. So we will have our next presenter taking us through a pilot survey on perceptions of face masks use in selected communities in Entebbe area, Uganda. Professor Soke and team, you have the floor. They want to demonstrate how we should be using face masks.
Thank you, Chia.
Yes, bro.
Thank you.
Please note that we are starting at 10:58.
Beautiful, beautiful. The sun order, by the way. The people here don't know why it's sun order. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. Professor Nkumba is my name. I'm going to present with the Associate Professor David Musoke, and we have a person in a view called Moses Musoke. David, you can start, and I'll catch up there.
Thank you very much. In a few minutes, we'll be sharing work that we've done here in Entebbe on perceptions of the community in using face masks as one of the key interventions, as you all know, during the COVID-19 pandemic. The next slide shows the outline. We'll give a bit of background to the work that we did, the objectives of the study, a bit of the methods, and later on share some key findings, a bit of discussion, and lastly, we conclude. So, as many of you would know, we've had several outbreaks in the past so many years, both epidemics and pandemics. We know the current Ebola outbreak in the country, but more importantly, globally, we've seen a number of pandemics. COVID-19 usually stands out, given the impact it had at that time, but we've also had several others, including human influenza, one of the most recognized one being the H1N1, that some of you may remember. or the commonly referred to as swine flu, which caused over 200,000 deaths, having started in Mexico, but also other outbreaks. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, also well known to have caused over 900 deaths, of course started in China, but also the Middle East respiratory syndrome, or MERS, which first occurred in 2012, but we are seeing many other outbreaks, even a few cases last year. And these outbreaks actually cause a lot of morbidity and mortality. Regarding COVID-19, many of you remember that several interventions were recommended by the World Health Organization to control the outbreak, including social distancing, improved cough etiquette, hand hygiene, but one of the key interventions was wearing face masks. And as you also may remember, there was a particular recommendation given by the Ministry of Health in the country to have people wear face masks, both to prevent those who are sick from transmitting the droplets, but also those who are sick from inhaling the droplets from those who are diseased. We therefore carried out this study to find out the perceptions of the community here in Entebbe regarding wearing face masks, what they thought about the masks themselves, but also their practices regarding this intervention and what they thought about the government investment in giving out face masks to several populations that they were able to reach. The next slide summarizes the methods. So we designed a questionnaire survey that we administered in several groups, including schools here in Entebbe, both urban and rural. We were also here at Nkumba University. We engaged several students, but also some faculty, not forgetting community members who we also felt were a good audience to reach. So we reached to over 500 participants, and in the coming slides we'll share with you some of the main findings that came from this study. As you can see, the distribution across the different groups was fairly equal, with about 100 participants among each of those, and we shall see how that also linked to the findings that came through. In terms of the age of the participants, having engaged some of the pupils in secondary school and also university, you can see we had a good number in the age group of 10 to 20, but also university students and beyond dominated the other age group, about 20%. But you can see predominantly it was a young population given involving schools as well as university students. In terms of gender, not so different, but a few more females than males. We've seen some studies where in the communities we see more females engaged, but this one we just had about 3% more females than males. Religion, predominantly Catholics and Anglican. This is quite common given the general demographical composition of the country, and this cuts across, of course, many studies, but there are other religions, as you can see on that slide. The next slide really gives findings when we asked about whether the participants felt using face masks or actually having face masks is good as a control measure to the COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the participants, as you can see, were in agreement that it was a good intervention, but we shall see later how that actual practices regarding use of this. In terms of ownership, it was finding to note that nearly all participants said or claimed they had a face mask. Of course, face masks could be of different types, and of course some are reusable, others are not, but at least owning a face mask was nearly among all. In terms of how they got the face mask, they had referred to, as you can see, most participants had bought it on their own, but there were those that were received from the government. As I told, the government had a drive at the time in 2022 to give out as many masks as possible to the population. The next slide is us providing from the question we asked regarding for how long they had the mask. Some of them it was just for a few months, whereas others it was over a year. As I said, the masks are quite different. Some of them can be used individually or singly for a long time, others need to be reused, but at least we got a sense of how long they had had these masks. When we asked them whether they were actually using the mask, because it's one thing owning a mask and it's another thing having the percentage, if I can continue to save time, the percentage of those that were using masks, as you saw, was actually less than those who own, which means there were those who owned masks, but there were a good number of them that were not using them. And that is, of course, an important public health finding, which we'll also hear from the second presenter. So I now wish to hand over to Professor Musoke to come and take us to the next set of slides, as well as conclude.
Without asking any alien wire, there are some signs. You can say that one of the important findings was when we asked these people that when you use this mask, you get any problem with it.
Prof, the mic, Prof. Tayari ni kuwai.
So we asked these people that everyone could be reported. Is it working? Okay. You actually use a mask. And then I want the audience to look at this one very attentively. Do you find any problem using the face mask? Because you remember people had the masks, but they find the mask. And it is interesting that out of 10 people, six found a problem in this mask. Okay, and this one is very interesting because the ministry would assume that people, when they have a mask, they use them and they have no problem. But now,
Technical team, please ensure that Professor uses the mic, because people online won't hear.
yeah, precisely. So, you can see in table 11 that one of the four major problems, one was that about 7.2% said this mask, they don't use it because it brings a skin rash. Okay, then, interestingly, 16% said that they don't, when they put on this mask, they don't there was a time when there was even forced exercises to force people to put masks, but you can't see the problem. Now, this other group is very interesting, and I want you to pay attention. These other complaints as follows, and one of them, they said that the mask makes them sweat so much, okay, and therefore, you don't like it. The vapor disturbs spectacles, people like us. Of course, if you have a mask, the vapor will condense, brings dizziness. This one could have been that maybe it was too tight and that the breathing was labored. Causes allergy unspecified. This one could be because you remember people were asked, several contractors to make what? Masks, and others used materials, some from a window market, some from Nkumba, with all sorts of chemicals in these materials. So it would have caused this one. Causes a headache. If it is too tight, it would have done so. This idea of be with the mask among people who don't have. Can you have the next one? So then, okay. Now, as we wind up, we asked this vaccination against COVID-19. This is again good news to government that you can see almost 90% said it's good to vaccinate against COVID. Next one. Now this one is interesting. We asked that if a person is vaccinated, should this person continue to put on a mask? And the answer is that almost 70% said yes. And interestingly, many of these were primary school pupils. And so government should know that the education system is working nicely. Now, to conclude, we have mentioned the perception now, government positive response. Government, it was good news to government that almost over 90% people said the masks are good to use and that they have them. But interestingly, if you recall the slide which Professor David showed, where there was what is the source, okay? Where did you get this mask? You could see that the government provided 1/5 of the weight of the masks, and if you said that was little, there is good news in that over 60% of the people said they bought these masks themselves. So this is good news for government that people cannot just sit there and wait to die as they wait for government as they wait for government masks. So the people made an effort, and with that one, we can say that it's very important to use masks. And as I sit down, I just want to mention for 1 minute the misuse of masks. We noted that during the pandemic, people put the mask over the mouth and left the nose open. Others put them under the chin.
We don't see proof like that.
Okay, under the chin. Others put it on one ear and walked. Others put them like that. And I'm sure many of you have seen those who use masks as if it was a wristwatch. Okay, so this one is a message to government that there are some intricacies. Even when they say you must use, they should know what goes on inside. Okay, there are people who can't use it, and there are reasons for using or not using it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, and team. You just took 1 minute away from us, but we will tolerate that.
That one was when the wire was.
So, friends, we are now getting into the time for question and answer. I hope that while the presentations were going on, you were taking notes. I just want to remind ourselves a bit. The first presenter spoke about designing and modeling of a solar gel energy system for sustainable power in rural facilities and teaching hospitals. How aquaculture can help us improve fish production. And the third presenter, related to the first one a bit, equally thought that there is a problem of energy provision and that the existing systems always need backup away from being environmentally unfriendly. And therefore, as we get into the last one, friends, on perception of face masks, It is clear that people misuse face masks, and that there are many reasons as to why people would let go of them, including beauty reasons and also breathing complications associated with mask use. However, people appreciated the government's strategy of vaccinating against COVID-19, as the presenters have indicated in the percentages. It's my pleasure now to welcome the public, those who are following us online and those physically present, to raise questions to these presenters, should there be. You'll mention your name and indicate to who the question is addressed. We'll take 2 rounds, 4 questions per round. Let's be clear, specific, and hit the line moving.
Thank you very much. The presenter on design and modeling of solar grid energy. The question is, these sound very good systems, but did you do a cost-benefit analysis in terms of whether they can be affordable, whether we can maintain them easily, and so that they can contribute to health systems control? Then presenter Professor Mif Musoke, why did you do Entebbe as a pilot study? Representative, why particularly? Can that reflect what is in other areas where there is intense human interaction? And then presenter number 3, what other models informed your modeling? Why did you model, where did you, your model, on what basis did it, what model is it improving? Is it a new model, or it is, did it benchmark on other models on which you can improve? Thank you very much.
Okay, the problem is that Mr. Chuk has given us 4 questions in round 1, and we're taking 4 questions. But we'll take, yes, Dr. Alex, please take the floor.
You should have limited him. Thank you very much. But unfortunately, I'm going to have 4 questions. Should I, or I give 2, round 1? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, presenters. Thank you for your good ideas. For Dr. David Chivilige, about the design and modeling of solar gel. The results are interesting and are good. But when you bring in the concept of sustainability, how did you achieve that objective? My mind remained wondering, if you are saying it is sustainable, how can you tell us? How can you show us? And for the 2 presentations about the health facilities, I actually did not see results basing on the health facilities. I was wondering, why did you, for the 2 presenters about health facilities, why did you bring in the health facilities? What is the background? And therefore, what are your results about the health facilities for the presenters about the health facilities? Then, for Onen, Mr. Onen, biomedical engineer, yes.
Shaban. Is Onen a 3rd name?
He mentioned, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Please go on.
Yeah, he stated that. He stated some statements, and I was wondering,
where is Shaban getting these statements? He would mention so many hospitals, so many deaths. There must be an empirical evidence. You are entering into a field of research probably, but there must be some empirical evidence to back up your statements. Otherwise, your information is very speculative. And when you bring in your results about uninterruptible power supply, have you tested your designs in order for you to conclusively say that actually this one is uninterruptible? You brought in the triple. Have you tried to find out what the Dow would do before you go to the triple? Or you are disapproving the single, the Dow, and then you are recommending the triple? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. And we will take the last questioner in this first round to Dr. Sirimuzao.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the presenters. The first question goes to the doctor who presented on solar energy. So solar energy heavily relies on battery storage, and which often degrades quickly. What plans do you have for that, especially in rural teaching hospitals with a cloudy or rain season? Then question number 2 goes to Mr. Shaban. Biomass and biogas systems require constant organic maintenance. Then what plans do you have for constant supply? And then another question, still in the hospitals, normally hospitals equipment require varying power usage. What ICU needs or what oxygen plant needs definitely varies. So does your system take into consideration of such? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will ask her to begin with Dr. Shibirige. And Dr. Shibirige, you will answer all the questions raised to you. Then hand over to Mr. Shaban, and then we come to this side.
Thank you very much once again. The cost-benefit analysis and the maintainability of the new system. So in the cost-benefit analysis, you find that the LCOE is a reduction, which means that for every $0.35 you can use around 0.2 kilowatt hours as in terms of the cost. Then also you can check on the cost-benefit analysis in terms of the daily energy yield. So in the present or the normal perspective, it was found to be at around 5.1 energy yield per day. Then in this that is incorporated with the GALE, it is seen to be at 6.1, which is an increase, which means that the analysis further showed that there is more daily energy, increase. It is at the increase of 19%, 19.6% as the rate. Then on the other perspective of the background, I'm coming from the perspective that you see energy in Uganda is in abundance, but the tapping and the concept of storage is still a challenge. Because as we speak now, from Dr. Wokulya Miyingo and others, they found out that even the solar energy storage in terms of solar, it is the batteries themselves that are responsible for that thing. It's not so known that, it was found that most people, around 20% actually know what they call lithium batteries. They know how to size it and use it, only 20%. Now the remaining percentage of the people, 80%, they still rely and know how to size the other normal batteries. And again, from Dr. Living Onyesika, he carried out a research just recently in 2025. And they found out that most people still in Uganda, when it comes to solar, they just go on market, buy, and when they buy, they just buy solar. So in the concepts of monocrystalline, polycrystalline, amorphous solar, and where it's going to be used, people do not have substantive information when it comes to that. Then the idea of sustainability, again, when we talk about this solar array, the new system, we are including, or we are adding onto a monocrystalline, a layer of a polymer that is responsible for reducing the temperature. Because as clearly stated in the previous, during the presentation, that increasing the temperature always reduces energy, and when it reduces energy, over time the sustainability will be lost. So the including or putting another layer, that polymer, it was seen, because of its chemical electrical properties, it was seen to reduce on heat that will affect the energy yield over time. So the sustainability, when it then on the other side of practice or being installed, it has not been installed for now because this is still under experiment and experimentation. Thank you very much.
There's a question on batteries. I think Dr. Simuzo, you raised that question.
Yeah.
To you, though.
Yeah, the battery storage. So battery storage, in this current perspective, we are going to use the lithium batteries. The current lithium batteries can give you a wide range of energy and a wide lifespan. And unfortunately that in all the sectors that are driving the economy of this country, the battery storage backup system, the newest type of 2023, according to UCC, the newest type of battery lithium batteries are just authorized or being rolled out by telecommunication companies such as iEngineering, CAMSAT. They have not been so much used, and utilized in the medical industry and in all other sectors of the economy. But I am glad to inform you that those batteries are there when they are currently on the market, though the awareness is not at its best apparently.
So we trust your team. We want to, since your studies are related, kindly talk about the question on results. But both studies do not have results. You have the floor.
Okay, thanks so much. The first question was, why did I choose this module? And it was like, what did I base on to choose? Rather than the DO hybrid system. The first thing is, right now, across the country, we have the DO system module that is being used, whereby most people use electricity and then solar, which some people are not even aware of it. And you will find that in health centers, according to the World Health, the Ministry of Health report 2020-2021 shows that only 37% of the healthcare facilities have access to the solar generated energy. Meaning that there is need, because we can see that some of the regions in Uganda, they have the ability to produce biomass because they are cattle keepers. If we have an integrated system that will be having the solar, not only solar, and then one of the findings the electrical review group identified there was that we use the monofacial solar panels that we are using, and my study is to integrate a bifacial, because the bifacial does not only improve the energy efficiency, it improves the energy efficiency by between 5 to 30% more than the monofacial that is being used currently in the country? That's for the first question. Then, the second question, why did I choose this study on the health facilities? I began by saying that the Ministry of Health report shows that 80% of the healthcare services in Uganda is being backed up by the rural healthcare facilities that you have. That's starting from health center, 2, 3, and 4. Whereby at least all of us who are here in this conference, at least at one point, have gone to the healthcare facilities that we have in order to get healthcare services. Meaning that it takes the majority of the population get their health services from these facilities, rather than the private hospitals that we have in Uganda. All of us attend to the healthcare facilities that we have in our region. So if we don't improve the healthcare delivery in our region, how are we going to sustain, or how are we going to be able to achieve or to improve the lifespan of the citizen in the country? That's why, and also the report shows that the report of the Ministry of Health 2022-2023 shows that only 37% of the rural healthcare facilities have access to electricity, meaning that most of the healthcare facilities are off the grid. If we improve the delivery of electricity or energy to these facilities, we are going to improve also the healthcare delivery to the citizens of Uganda.
Okay, please carry that to question on results.
And under my results, I was showing that, yes, that I was on time, and I have key findings and results. We are showing that if we have this system, we are going to use 67% of renewable energy. And then another finding we are going to say that was saying that we are reducing carbon dioxide immersion into the environment by 90%, which is going to also reduce what we call the global warming that's happening, because we find that most of the facilities or institutions that we have across the country use generators as their backup system. If we use solar, bifacial solar, and then other renewable energy like the biomass and biogas, we are going to be able to reduce that global warming, which by reducing the carbon dioxide immersion into the environment.
Okay.
I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. We will move to Professor Msoke very quickly.
Thank you. We got one question regarding why we conducted the study in Entebbe. Now, one thing is for sure, a study carried out in Entebbe cannot be representative of the entire country, and we can't say that the findings really are nationwide, but these really represent what is in Entebbe. But why Entebbe in the first place? So as you very well know, the first case of COVID-19 into the country was through the airport, which is in Entebbe. But also Entebbe had the first treatment center or isolation unit at the hospital, meaning that Entebbe as a city or as a municipality had a critical role in controlling the outbreak. But also having an airport simply means that entry and exit of the country is actually crucial in terms of transmission of the disease, and therefore it was really an important setting for us to consider. Also to add that the study was self-funded. If we had resources, we could have engaged a few more districts and areas, but a self-funded study by researchers at Nkumba, it was also ideal for us to look at Entebbe and neighboring communities. Thank you.
I think that's it. Unless I missed a question, but people understand fish, and probably that's why Professor Rajmesa got no question on aquaculture. So I want to request public and those following us online that we take those for this session. And therefore, I want to thank you, and please allow me hand over to our other chair for the next session, Dr. Wood. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baho. Good morning once again. It is still morning. Like she said, my name is Dr. Elebure Musoke. I work within the university. And 24 years ago, I did my master's here at Nkumba University. And I'm back home. I feel I'm at home. So we want to continue to thank Nkumba and Eje who have made it. And who have demonstrated that we can locally partner, we can locally collaborate. I think without wasting time, we want to continue to share knowledge from those critical thinkers and innovators. So in this session, we have two presenters, and the procedures are going to be the same. We are going to give them 15 minutes each, and after all of them have presented, we'll go to question and answer time. So I want to ask those who are presenting to fit within the stipulated time, and those who will later respond to questions to do the same. So our first presenter in this session is no other than Vivian Akulo. And Akulo is going to go through irrigation farming adoption and livelihood outcomes among smallholder farmers in Uganda. And this study is a cross-sectional analysis. So, Madam Akulo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Vivian Akulo, and I am here to present understanding irrigation farming adoption and livelihood outcomes among smallholder farmers in Uganda. That's the outline of the presentation. We shall have an introduction, problem statement, objectives, conceptual framework, methodology, results, discussions, and conclusion with recommendations. Introduction: agriculture is the backbone of Uganda's economy, with smallholder farmers forming majority of the farming in Uganda. But in this farming we have irrigation, which is central in ensuring that we achieve food security and climate resilience. It covers about 20% of cropland worldwide, but produces approximately 40% of the total food output. That's according to FAO, and the major irrigators are in Asia, India, China, and Pakistan, where more than 30% of the farmland is irrigated. Here in Africa, we have 25% of the world's arable land, but only contributes 10% of the global output due to low irrigation adoption. In Uganda, Uganda's national irrigation policy is meant to expand irrigation, reduce reliance on rain-fed farming to ensure water usage, and yet irrigation still remains rare, and mostly they use manual, surface water, and shallow wells. This global to local evidence underscores the urgent need to scale irrigation technologies to strengthen food and income growth. We have a problem statement. With the National Irrigation Policy, which was adopted in 2018, smallholder farmers in Uganda would benefit with affordable, mechanized, and climate-smart irrigation. That's according to the Ministry of Agriculture. But despite all these well-documented successes, productivity, resource efficiency, and household welfare, irrigation adoption remains low. And this is based on high costs, weak infrastructure, limited farmer awareness, constraints, uptake, leaving smallholder farmers to depend on rain-fed farming and vulnerable to climate shocks and stresses. This persistent gap between potential and practice highlights the need to target the interventions to unlock irrigation transformation role in Uganda's agriculture, thus improving on the livelihood of smallholder farmers. The main objective of this study is to assess the influence of irrigation farming on the livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers in Teso region, Uganda. The such question is the influence of irrigation farming on what is the influence of irrigation farming on the livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers in Teso, and have a hypothesis of there is no relationship between irrigation farming and the livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers in Teso. A conceptual framework, we have the independent variable as irrigation farming adoption, with the variables of drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, surface irrigation, motorized pump, and intensity frequency. Then we have livelihood outcomes as our dependent variable, with the variables of agricultural productivity, income growth, food security, social services. We're talking about education and health service. The study employed a cross-sectional design to investigate the relationship between irrigation farming adoption and livelihood outcomes among smallholder farmers, where the sample size of 422 respondents that were identified using the Krecher and Morgan formula in 1970 formula, ensuring statistical adequacy for generalization. A non-probability sampling technique was applied with purposive selection of districts, sub-counties, and farmers based on the extent of the irrigation farming. District agriculture officers, extension farmers, and farm association representatives assisted in identifying the actively engaged irrigating farmers to ensure proportional representation. A proportion to size method was used, giving districts with larger farming populations higher inclusion. Quantitative data was analyzed, was processed using SPSS and Stata 18, with descriptive statistics, that means, frequencies, and percentages, summarized demographic characteristics, and irrigation adoption patterns. Pearson correlation coefficient assessed the relationship between irrigation adoption and livelihood outcomes, where you notice the income, food security, and asset ownership. A bivariant level regression analysis was conducted to identify the strength of association between irrigation adoption and livelihood outcomes. Multiple logistics regression was employed to evaluate the effect of irrigation farming adoption and livelihood outcomes. Now we have this graph showing the demographic characteristics of the study. The table shows that majority were male, with 286, with a 56.6%, and 367 being married, and majority of the respondents were also obtained primary education. The next table also shows the extent to which various irrigation methods were utilized, meaning that smallholder farmers showed awareness and interest in irrigation technologies like the drip and sprinkler systems, and yet the adoption still remained low due to high costs, limited credit access, and even government support, highlighting the need for target intervention to boost uptake and improve farmers' productivity. The other table We had the descriptive statistics of livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers. This table, where the farmers demonstrate strong agricultural productivity, income growth and food security, access to social services. The highest outcomes are observed in food security and social services, while climate adaptation within productivity, relatively lower performance, indicating areas for targeted intervention. The descriptive statistics of livelihood outcomes with outcomes of smallholder farmers are high, with a mean of 3.963 and a standard deviation of 0.577. Farmers demonstrate strong agricultural productivity, income growth, and food security. Sorry, that was a repeat. We had a correlation analysis showing the relationship between the irrigation and livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers. The correlation analysis shows a weak but positive and statistically significant relationship where the R is at 0.208 with a p-value of 0.0 between the use of irrigation and livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers. This means that the farmers who adopt irrigation tend to experience slightly improved livelihoods, including better food security, higher incomes, and greater asset acquisition, compared to those who do not. Although the correlation is modest, the significance indicates the irrigation contributes meaningfully to the livelihood improvement. We had a regression analysis showing the relationship between the use of irrigation and livelihood outcomes. The regression shows positive and significantly and statistically significant relationship between the use of irrigation and livelihood outcomes of smallholder farmers. The coefficient for irrigation technologies is at 0.134 with a p-value of 0.000, indicating that for each unit increase in irrigation adoption, livelihood outcomes improve by approximately 0.13 units. Holding that the factors constant, the model is statistically significant overall with a frequency of 1.385 and 17.1742 with a p-value of 0.0. The adjusted R squared was at 0.408, indicating that 4.1% of the variation in livelihood outcomes is explained by irrigation adoption. A discussion, the study reveals a paradox in smallholder farming systems. Farmers report strong outcomes such as higher yields, better incomes, improved food security, and greater access to services, yet adoption of modern irrigation technologies remains very low. This shows that productivity gains are largely driven by the traditional practices and small-scale methods rather than transformative irrigation technologies or innovations. The limited uptake of drip, sprinkler, and solar-powered irrigation system reflects structural barriers. High costs, restricted access to credit, and even uneven government support consistently emerge as constraints. These findings are similar to evidence from Ethiopia and Ghana, where financial and institutional challenges have also slowed irrigation adoption. That's according to
You have 2 minutes. You can utilize those
However,
for conclusion and recommendation.
Yes. However, Uganda differs in the farmers farmers demonstrate strong livelihood outcomes even without widespread irrigation, reinforcing the point that whereas awareness alone doesn't lead to adoption, enabling policies and affordable financing are essential. Similar studies in Ethiopia and Ghana highlight irrigation positive impact in Uganda's relatively small explanatory PowerPoints to the stronger influence of other factors. The researcher argues that the enthusiasm expressed by farmers for adopting modern irrigation technologies, if given opportunity, is a strong signal for improvement. In conclusion, irrigation adoption among smallholder farmers in Uganda remains low due to financial, technical, and institutional barriers, and yet livelihood outcomes such as productivity, income growth, food security, social services, and asset accumulation are generally high. Greater irrigation uptake is essential to maximize these benefits. The study recommends policy action to improve affordability, ensure equitable resource distribution, and integrate climate-smart practices so irrigation can become a central driver in the sustainable livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vivian. I think without wasting time, let's get the second presenter before we go to question time. And the second presenter is nobody other than William Kalema from Ndeja University, and he is going to present on the design of the accident detection, prevention and alerting system for commercial vehicles. And this is going to be a case of Uganda 2021 mini buses, mini model, the so-called drones. So, William, you are welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Drone. So these are taxis we use for public transport. So research came to a problem that was identified with Uganda's public transport system, that we are having a challenge of road accidents becoming a main cause for deaths and casualties in Uganda. And the World Health Organization statistics show that Uganda is having one of the largest number of casualties occurring in road accidents. So this project aims, or was aimed, to provide a solution for such a problem, and it involved studying the minibus to be specific. And the reason why this minibus was chosen was it is the primary means of transport for the public, especially the day-to-day working people. And it is found that these vehicles, which have a high number on the roads, are affected by different conditions. They are found to be in poor conditions. So I designed a system that was aimed to curb the problem that lead to accidents in such vehicles. So with that, the objective was to design a system that helps to detect accidents in such vehicles. The second was to integrate modules for communication with real-time tracking to help us with emergency response in such scenarios. And three was to develop a monitoring system for the drivers who are in charge of these vehicles. The questions that guided this research included the selection of sensors that would help us achieve this, how communication models would improve the prevention of accidents in these vehicles, the challenges that would come with integration of this system with the existing vehicles, and to what extent would this improve emergency response, and how could this be made cost effective so that it can be adopted worldwide in all in Uganda's public means of transport.
Excuse me, I'm with some technical issues here. To save lives and prevent permanent injuries that are involved in accidents. Secondly, to reduce economic losses that occur with these accidents when they occur. Improve transportation safety, improve transportation and emergency response services, as well as showcase the potential of including technology in our transportation sector. Then the framework that was used to design the system came from the Haddon matrix, which involves to show three scenarios. One is the pre-event, where we're trying to prevent the accidents from happening. Secondly was the event, where we are seeing how do we detect accidents upon happening and how do we respond to them. And lastly was the post-event, that is how do we respond to accidents after they have happened. And this included having inputs that detect the heart rate, the driver's condition, the vehicle condition, and outcomes being to improve the response time, to reduce road accidents caused by driver recklessness. And literature came to express a gap for design, that we have a problem that all the vehicles that are existing lack safety measures that are put in place in order to reduce accidents. As you can see, if any of us has taken public use of transport, that our vehicles lack any type of safety measures that will address such challenges. So we find that there are no communication systems that are there to alert in case of accidents happening, that most of the time the ground and first responders will want to inform the health facilities as well as the police in case of such scenarios happening. So we also found that there's a gap between integration of prevention as well as detection in our older vehicles that are used for public needs. And the methodology used to achieve this was, first of all, we modeled a system aimed at these vehicles, which came in two parts, having transmitter circuit as well as a receiver circuit, with one installed in the vehicle and the other installed or put in places of response. That includes the control rooms of the police stations as well as hospital centers, so they can timely respond to incidents of accidents or rule breaking by the drivers. And it was achieved by having the following
functional models, control circuit, communication models, and such things involved. The way the system works is that a phone being installed on the vehicle, it detects upon starting the vehicle, it will check if there is alcohol in the system of the driver, and as well as that seatbelt being on. If it detects alcohol, the system automatically switches off the car, so that no driver is able to drive in the vehicle. Secondly, if that stage is passed and there is no alcohol detected in the system, the car can drive automatically or safely. And post-driving, if still alcohol is detected in the system, that means someone is drinking while already driving, still the system detects that and switches off the vehicle. But since we have to account for being on the road, it first of all reduces the speed. Secondly, it automatically alarms the police that such and such a vehicle has a person who is drunk driving. And lastly, it reduces the speed to a standstill. And these measures were put in place to help us prevent accidents from happening. The key findings that were found out after a simulated model of this vehicle that has a system installed show that accident detection was improved by 92% accuracy. Alcohol detection was also very high, and there was also speed monitoring. That transmission included improvements with around 30% improvement of the time for response to emergencies. This in this case was real-time location as well as communication with emergency services immediately. The limitation of the system came in that there is a very, very big challenge of integration of this system within already existing vehicles, but which can be achieved. Then there was a challenge of compatibility and as well as stigma that comes from the vehicles that we have, as seen by the speed governor system that was earlier enforced. So the conclusion is that with such a system installed in our vehicles, there will be a large improvement in accident prevention as well as detection in case they happen, which improves the safety on the roads. The recommendations include adaptation on a wider scale, which can be done with support from the government. Secondly, if you include artificial intelligence as well as learning models of AI, it will improve the systems learn how to prevent accidents in a data function. And then public awareness to improve or install these systems in every means of public transportation, which would help combat the issue of road accidents. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karema. And despite the disturbance you had, you have fitted yourself within the allocated time. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should be concluding this session within the next 20 minutes. So we want to go to the question and answer time, and I want to ask all of you to be straight to the question you want to raise, and to allow as many participants to ask. I would request that you raise the most disturbing question in your case, then leave other questions to others. And those answering the questions, let's be straight to the point. The first presenter, Vivian Aku, was on irrigation farming adoption and the livelihood outcomes amongst older farmers in Uganda. And the main purpose of this study was basically to assess the influence of irrigation farming on those outcomes. And Mr. Karema, as one of his objectives, was to design an accident detection system. And one of the results indicate that the accident detection accuracy was at over 92%. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to raise and react to the two presenters. We are going to take 4 questions, first round, then another 4 questions, second round, and we will call it a session. So may I begin by requesting those who have any concern, any comment, any question. Yeah, I'll begin with the, I'm sorry I may not know all of you.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you. I have a question on irrigation farming adoption. Probably I missed out the scope. I was wondering what was the researcher's scope and what actually propelled her to conduct the study in that scope. Then two, the area scope. I had someone saying thanks God, the area scope. Then two, I was also wondering, in her results, she presented almost two similar results on regression. And I was wondering why you produced 2. Don't you think that's redundant data? I would probably take 1. Then the second presenter, design of accident detection. At first I wondered, what are these accidents that the research is trying to detect? Actually, the title is a bit disjoint from the presentation. Probably he meant likely accident cause, other than detecting accidents. I was waiting for these accidents that were studied on, but none. So I think probably the results would be interesting if maybe he could expound on the title for us to easily understand what wanted to be communicated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I've allowed him to take 3 questions because they were interesting. But let's take 1 question, very burning question, each of us, so that we get as many people raising their concerns. Any other concern? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to the presenter on irrigation farming. Thank you so much for the presentation. How did you control the confounding variables of, you are looking at irrigation farming and its influence on livelihood of farmers in Teso region? How did you control you could have a farmer getting income from some other place. So how did you control that income that was coming not directly from irrigation? And then also, how did you control the proximity to water? Some of the farmers could be near the water. And then how did you control the food security? A farmer getting food from some other source, not necessarily because of irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get 1 question in the first round and we respond. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm Timothy Musasi, Nkumba University, Computer and Informatics. I might have missed the beginning parts of the presenter on the on the accident prevention system. But here we have a scenario, depending on whatever was considered in your research. There is an AI model that has been installed in some of the job-related vehicles, GMC vehicles, and it has elements of accident prevention. Actually, it is majorly safety driving and all that. But it considers reading and assessing the state of the driver. So here we have, for example, someone running away from a tornado and is running to get into the vehicle and moving very fast so that they can escape the tornado. And he's entering the vehicle and he's saying the emotions of the driver are not fit to drive, so the vehicle cannot go on. And at the end of the day, I'm saying, are we preventing the accident now? Because the driver cannot move because he's nervous. That is one. Then, when we are looking at this system, when whatever format it is attached or integrated into the vehicle, it only has access to information within the vehicle, meaning that other causes of accidents outside the vehicle environment are not being considered. And also, maybe it is very important to highlight which triggers and indicators that it bases on to predict that there is a likelihood of an accident. And again, after detection, you see, if detection is at 92%, that is very good. But now, after detection, what's the action? Because what we are doing here, the major goal is proactive prevention of accidents, safety of humans, and then road safety and all that. So, does it have instructions on what happens next, or its role is only reporting that there is an accident that is going to happen so that it alerts police, and then police will arrive, maybe try to come up with control measures after 10 minutes, but its time period, the range has been, a few seconds, possibly less than 10, because that is the time limit within which you could prevent an accident. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So let us react to those questions in the first round. We will begin with the Vivian Aku. You have 3 questions to answer. One is specifically on scope. Another one is repeated results on regression, and how did you take care of the control variables? So Vivian, can you respond?
Thank you very much. On the scope, I clearly provided that this study was covered in Teso region in Uganda. I appreciate that question. And then for the regression, I noted that...
Maybe before you go to regression, I think Doctor wanted to know why exactly.
Why in Teso?
Yes. If we could give him a reason. If there is any reason.
I interested myself in the study in Teso region because we all know that Teso is a flat-end area and it has issues to do with shocks, climate shocks, and most times they have rain-fed farming. That's what they normally do. So issues to do with the irrigation being so low in those areas interested me in taking up the study there in Teso.
Okay,
And then for the regression point, I have noted that I did have 2 slides for which I needed to have removed one. It was a mistake, but the results were the same, and I noted that there was a redundant slide, and I think it is a human error. So I asked the doctor it shall be corrected.
Thank you for that.
For doctor, the issue to do with how I controlled the farmers in, she said, income control, and then the proximity to water and food security. I clearly indicated that I interacted with the district agricultural officers and the extension workers in that area, who gave me a list of, purposely gave me a list of farmers that were practicing irrigation farming. And so it was easy to know that it was easy for me to be able to select the farmers that specifically practiced agriculture, and therefore the data was easily collected.
All right. Can we now go to William Kalema? You have 2 questions. You have 2 concerns. Can you respond?
Thank you, Chair. For the first question, which was which accidents were mine trying to prevent, as I introduced, I said that the road accidents that lead to casualties and permanent injury, those are the crashing accidents. So those are the accidents I was trying to prevent. Any accident on the road that will lead to death or permanent injury, and those are high impact accidents such as crashes. So those are the accidents that I was aiming to prevent. And of alcohol from driving. So how was it achieved? That upon the system detecting any alcohol in the driver's system, it ensured that 1, if it is just in the beginning stages of driving, the car will not move, implying it cuts off power. 2, if the person is driving and then starts drinking, upon detecting, it automatically, 1, reports to police and emergency responders, because we don't want anyone under influence to drive, or if they are driving, we want the police to respond to that person. 2, that upon detecting this person having alcohol in the system, it slow down the car in case they're already driving to a point until it reached a stop. Yes. So that is how we try to achieve that. I hope I have answered the 2 questions.
I hope you are satisfied. Are you? Do you have any response to that?
And maybe to supplement to what you talked about AI, I think on my recommendations you will see that I talked about improving or involving the use of artificial intelligence and learning models that are able to monitor the driver and learn from that. But for now, the triggers that were detected were checked was the alcohol levels of the driver.
Okay. So let us quickly take this.
We are concentrating on the state of the driver. The other thing maybe we could add on is that if we know that the driver is in good state, the driver could easily detect the surrounding environment that could cause an accident. Right? Yeah, meaning that for environment, for other factors that may lead to an accident that are outside the driver's control, maybe the driver could detect and find something to do. That is one. But again, we do not say that this is, say, more than 50% effective, because there are so many things that we may not have in control. Ever much a sober driver, someone else who is not sober, or something else who is not in the same state can cause the same accident to you. Then the other thing is about us concentrating on only one cause, and then that is alcohol consumption. We concentrated on only alcohol, right? We never concentrated on other things, like, let's say, driving on phone, let's say someone's emotions being absent-minded, and the mechanical conditions of the vehicle, among others. So according to me, I think we can agree that maybe the title of the research can change, because it only caters for a very small percentage of the entire causes of the accident. And then the mitigation measures are also not clear when it comes to the proactive prevention.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And maybe the title may change. I'm going to give him a chance to react. But what should come at the back of our mind, that every research leaves a gap behind for other researchers. That
The other aspects were considered. It's just not that, it's not what I've concentrated on, but other aspects were indeed considered. And why the title carries that is because it has those three aspects. One is the detection for the impact. Two is the prevention by cutting off the system in case someone is trying to drive while they're drunk and other conditions. And three, it is the alerting of emergency responders in case of such accidents being detected. That is what I would say.
Thank you so much.
from the human mind, artificial intelligence builds on algorithms. What you feed it, it takes a step-by-step analysis of what you have given it. Supposing you want to do cooking, for instance, and you give it the different steps, it will give you what will come out from those different steps. So it builds largely on mathematical models in order to identify patterns and be able to make predictions. There are different aspects, or I don't know if I should call it branches, maybe Timothy, you will advise Musasizi. Machine learning, and machine learning is basically if you have fed, for instance, artificial intelligence a broader theme, and it's going to rely on this historical data that is available, identify patterns, and give you what you have. It's basically going to synthesize for you what you have given it and give you something much probably shorter, smarter, and easier to comprehend for you. Then we have deep learning, which is a bit more sophisticated than machine learning in terms of what it produces. This is where, for instance, if you have a video, you can encrypt that video, feed it into AI, and AI is going to give you what it what it thinks, you can submit, and then they submit and will receive and assess. So you can also give it text, you can give it messages, you can give it videos, you can give it voices. Human intelligence is basically what you and I have. And human intelligence is our abilities to be able, is our abilities as human beings to construct, design, generate, and create solutions out of problems. Now, the difference between artificial intelligence and human intelligence is that human intelligence is not a one-time off. Human intelligence is built and constructed over time through interactions, cultural transmissions, group learning across generations, and knowledge is passed on from one generation to another. The uniqueness, and this is what made people smart, the uniqueness of human intelligence is the ability to harvest a lot of information, but be able to process it through thinking and interrogation and create solutions. So what you and I do when we are using the brain is that we rely not just on statistics, the algorithms that AI relies on, but we also rely on the narratives, so we are able to integrate qualitative and quantitative. Now, AI, especially in the millennium period, from the millennium period, AI penetrated the academic world, and it caused a digital revolution. I am sure even as we are seated here, probably a few are listening, many must be on AI already. That's what is happening. Now, in 2023, UNESCO alerted that even as we use this technology, we should be careful about its excesses. But I think UNESCO warned a little bit late, because the integration of technology is historical. It didn't just come yesterday in the academia. Literature indicates that in USA, for instance, where this technology seemed to have started, it was in the 1920s. And in the 1920s, they were using a little bit low-level technologies, but they were using overhead projectors, videotapes. Then they went to calculators to solve those mathematical complex issues. As we shifted into the 1980s, we got laptops especially. Literature indicates that in 1984, we got the Mac by Apple, and in 1985, we had Toshiba. And those who are behind internet, probably, in the 1990s, the World Wide Web got life added to it when a British professor developed the hypertext markup language, which you can call in brief the HTML. The word artificial intelligence jumped into the academia in 1956 at the Dartmouth Summer Research Project, and that's when they said that this is not just intelligence, but it is something that is artificial, it is not human, but it can work using human brain. And in the 1960s, 80s, a lot of interest had cropped up, particularly by an individual called Anderson, who was at the Carnegie Mellon University. But the turning point came in 2022, when we had the arrival of the ChatGPT, and the academic world, I think until now, is trying to see how much of it we can integrate into the academic environment. The tools that AI uses for us in the academia, among others, is Semantic Scholar. I think those of you who are in publications, if anyone goes into the Semantic Scholar and punches in your name, they'll probably see a lot of research that is under your name. So what the Semantic Scholar does is that it allows researchers to discover, to summarize. It identifies, once you give it information, it identifies related patterns. If you ask Anne on community policing, it's going to bring you a series of community policing, and where Anne is not, it will show you that Anne is not in those ones. Then we have the Google Gemini, which helps in editing of papers. Just ask Google, if you want this paper summarized, Google will do it, and it will give you a different version. For those who have, I don't know if I should call it upgraded, versions of emails, it can also draft emails for you. I think those who are in meetings as secretaries, you also note that now by the time you finish a meeting, you can actually have a draft of the minutes, thanks to technology. But this is why social scientists are concerned. We understand that a lot of enthusiasm has come up with this technology, but so too is a lot of pessimism. Enthusiastically, we are proud of technology, and particularly its integration in the academia, because voices indicate that it creates a lot of efficiency and reduces a lot of time that we would have spent thinking on how to do what we want to do. There are also very many voices, even amongst us, where we say, you see, with technology, it has created personalized learning. You know, you can learn from anywhere, and for those of us in the developing world, where we have challenges with crowding, it is easy. Unfortunately, it may not be easy. If you have the technology, it is easy for you to access information. Why I'm saying it may not be easy for you to realize is that you may actually not even have the tool, the gadget itself. So we may be thinking we are running away from overcrowding because of infrastructural gaps, when we are actually creating inequalities in education access. In Uganda, we are still at very babyish stages. The reason I'm calling it babyish is because we seem not to be very clear which direction this integration should be leading us. In terms of policy, for instance, in terms of regulation, in terms of control over what we can get, and in terms of how we actually assess these submissions these submissions that for which technology is behind. Now, again, why social scientists are concerned is because where we don't have clear regulations, we may find that the speed at which technology is coming has outpaced regulatory frameworks. That's if we have any clear frameworks anyway. And you can draw a flashback and look at your own university if you have these policies regulating the use of technology, and particularly artificial intelligence. For those in the academic world, they are also concerned about the death of foundational, death is in quotes, death of foundational academic values. And these foundational academic values include learning, interaction, critical thinking and reasoning, and eventually problem solving. Like I mentioned earlier, learning wasn't just about picking and going, but it was also about nurturing and creating character. But what we are doing today is that, and thanks to CBT, we are allowing students to go and learn on their own, and they are also giving us what they have learned. The challenge with this is not that they can't learn on their own. The challenge is if we are actually making assessments that are fair and balanced, and if we can actually measure the capability and understanding of particular concepts. Now, there's this voice that you see, AI is going to be a life skill. If you understand technology, if you understand AI, that's a life skill. In 2025, researchers from America indicated that this argument wasn't very convincing. Instead, what they were concerned about is how AI bypasses reflection. Are we able to think back? And particularly, the fact that it kills a learner's interest in reading the original text. Now, I decided to use the critical theory. And the critical theory for social scientists is not just concerned about development, but it is also concerned about social justice, it's also concerned about human dignity, fairness, and equality. These are not just human rights issues, they are not just human rights ideals, but they are also ideals that are pronounced in the Sustainable Development Goals. So we need to be cautious that as we access this artificial intelligence, we are not treating other students who do not access it unfairly, and also in terms of accessibility of this technology. We don't want to create social inequalities because some have and others do not have. The struggle against social inequality in the social science was advanced by a man called Karl Marx, and Karl Marx is concerned about the classes that we create as a result of pushing for the rights of and interests of those who are in privileged positions. So as I conclude, I want to say that yes, as we move to integrate artificial intelligence in the academia, we must be cautious about associating data, dataification. Ification is when you make data a priority. Dataification of the classroom and killing the ability and potential of the teacher in determining what is worth for learners. I'm sure you have been seeing in other countries, Sweden, even UK, although the levels are a bit lower, they are going cautiously about children accessing technology, and particularly the use of artificial intelligence. So I don't want to be warned again. They already indicated to me that I should stop. But I conclude by saying that as social scientists, and particularly from this presentation, we are not against integration of technology and in particular artificial intelligence. We are only saying as we do that, let's be cautious so that we do not kill the original intention of advancing access to education to everyone on an equal basis. And lastly, that artificial intelligence should be a complementary tool, not one that is replacing fully and entirely what was there before. We shouldn't take it as a substantive one, we should take it as a complementary tool. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Obama. Hello? Yes. Thank you very much. You can take your seat as we listen to other presentations. Then we shall call you later. And colleagues, keep your questions. Be alert when someone is presenting. Because we have a number of them, then we shall give you an opportunity. The next presenter should be Dr. William Maliganya. Is not around. We should have given us a topic on emerging technologies and sustainable mining practices. Where was this one coming from? Tanzania. Okay. Then also another presenter Adeleni Ajuan. Are they not online?
They are not on.
Okay, they are not on. Okay, we shall leave them there. Now, instead of us going to Q&A, I will jump and call Dr. Josephine Silemuzao to present. Yes, Dr. Josephine is going to present on silent emergency, a desk review of the escalating mental health crisis among Ugandan adolescents. 2021-2026. Doctor, you are most welcome. You have 15 minutes to give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm presenting on silent emergency. I'm presenting on the topic, silent emergence, a desk review of the escalating mental health crisis among Ugandan adolescents, 2021 to 2026. I'm Dr. Josephine. I'm an education and counseling psychologist. So that is the presentation of this, the outline of this presentation. Introduction. So Uganda, according to Uganda Demographic Survey and UBOS and UNICEF, over 78% of Uganda's population, they are under the age of 30. So that has a lot of implication. It means Uganda population is young. Then we have a silent emergence. This is an invisible, it is an invisible problem and emergence that we have in Uganda with a high number of mental health cases. What is the catalyst? The COVID-19 of 2019, for the closure of schools for 22 months, they fundamentally distracted the social development and everything about children, about adolescents, and about adults. So the background of the crisis, we have the system which does not give priority to mental health. As you can see, we have in Uganda 1% of our budget goes to mental health. We have the culture framing. We have a culture that does not understand or recognize the purpose, the usefulness of mental health specialists. In Uganda today, in many cases, if somebody has a mental health issue, the first thing they start to do is witchcraft. If it's not witchcraft, they run for spiritual healing. Yes, we can mental health issues spiritually they can improve. Sometimes they can heal. But we need awareness on the relevance of mental health specialists. We have institutional invisibility. Mental health in the headlines, I'll give an example. We are going to see in the prevalence that mental health issues are at a very high level. But that cannot be a headline, and it will not create a lot of emphasis. That's why I'm saying, that's why I'm saying that if mental health cases are taken seriously, we can have a change. Another issue, the digital paradox. Technology. I don't know, I cannot talk much about technology. We are going to be treating cases of mental health issues because of technology. Our children, our adolescents, they are having issues because their time is spent on social media and the use of technology. That's why I'm asking, how did the tools built to bring us closer end up isolating our children? So the aims of this study, this was a desk review, was to establish the prevalence, to find out etiology, why the prevalence, the cultural barriers, what are the obstacles, and the policy gaps. What system failures? Why do we have policies? Why do we have frameworks? Why do we have framework on mental health and still we have an emergence? Methodology. So 30 sources were used, 18 were peer-reviewed journals, 16 were government papers, and 6 were NGO and international reports. Methodology. See, this is what Dr. Bako was actually talking about, AI. So AI helped me to develop that in 2 minutes. When I put in my methodology in 2 minutes, I was able to come up with that. 18 journals, 6 government papers, and then the NGOs, and then all that stuff, and then the analytical pillars, which are going to be where I'm going to base my findings. So the findings, prevalence. As you can see, depression, mild depression, that's according to Mugisha et al. 2025, mild depression in the learners aged between 14 to 17, 67% of them had mild depression. Now, that is huge. Can you imagine if that is a physical disease and it is having 67% of the population? Will the country be quiet? If we have one case of Ebola and we are threatened to have a lockdown, but mental health, that is 67 and 65 mild anxiety and 21 depression, 21% mental health. But we are silent about this. Yet, one case of Ebola, a closure. So this is a silent emergency and action needs to be taken on this. So that's why I'm emphasizing, if a physical disease was spreading among the adolescents to this extent, same rate, would we still be sitting this quietly? And by the way, this study is about adolescents, but even somebody should do actually another study on now people beyond 20 adults. Mental health issues are also huge. Findings continued. So still the demographic and regional disparities. So the learners or the adolescents out of school were experiencing more mental health issues, especially depression at 21% and anxiety at 17%, compared to their counterparts who are at school. This has an implication. Let us keep the adolescents in schools. And then the urban and the rural, with the urban population, the mental health issues were high and they were related to overcrowding, isolation, and the digital stressors, use of internet and social media. With the rural, it was basically the mental health issues out of poverty, community violence, and lack of access to care. High risk and vulnerable groups, gender, of course, girls are more susceptible to mental health issues, and of course, according to DSM-5, women, the gender of females are more susceptible to depression and anxiety, and healthy, in terms of healthy adolescents living with any chronic disease, for example, HIV, definitely they are more susceptible to disease-induced depression, and they are also more susceptible to adopting to drugs, because now the drugs and alcohol come in as a way of calming themselves down. Then environment. Bududa, now in Uganda, normally Bududa women have floods. Members, let me tell you, environment can also cause mental health crisis. If you're a farmer and rain comes, thunderstorm comes, and all your crops are destroyed season by season, there are chances of having mental health issues. So the adolescents, who are parents who are farmers, are also Actually, in Manafa, it was reported at 65%. 65%. Etiology, why? Why the mental health issues? Number one, the socio-economic pressures, poverty, unemployment, that is the number one cause. And of course, when the youth are unemployed, they resort to alcohol, they resort to marijuana, and those also induce other health-related issues. Academic stressors. Members, at what point did we decide that a child's worth is measured only by their academic performance? This is a question we need to ask. Today, adolescents in schools, learners are having anxiety, they are having depression because of academic pressure. And this academic pressure is not only from the teachers, it's from the parents, it's from the neighbors, and it's from their peers. Another cause of the surge in mental health cases, the gender-specific triggers. Of course, the girls, they face trauma, domestic violence, forced marriage, teenage pregnancy, all those can increase the mental health issues among girls. Cultural and systematic barriers. So what perpetuates these invisible emergence? What perpetuates this crisis? So the community stigma. People with mental health is not a moral failure. Mental health is medical and it's psychological. It's a psychological battle and it's a medical battle. It's not a moral failure. People with mental health issues, they are labeled as stubborn, as indisciplined, disrespectful, but it's not a moral failure. So that is a major barrier in the community. So are we missing this? There are silent crises for help simply because it is easier to label them. So when we are dealing with our children, your child is on drugs. It's not a moral failure. It is a psychological cry for help. Let us dig further. Low moral mental health literacy. Definitely in Uganda today, we don't know how to identify mental health cases in schools. Actually, because of that, last month the government introduced the mental health psycho support policy. It was introduced a month ago, whereby each school should have, even actually educational institutions and universities, should have 1 hour of mental health in the timetable. Then they should have a senior woman teacher or a senior lecturer, whoever in charge of mental health, and they should also have a committee responsible for mental health. Then you have geographical mismatch. In Uganda, we have only 100 psychiatrists, but what the population, 49 or more than 49. We have clinical psychologists. They are less than 200. How many counselors do we have? And we have fake counselors. I think last 2 days ago, you saw on MTV of a Nigerian who was masquerading as a mental health specialist and was treating people. So we have a mismatch of people.
You have 2 minutes. Utilize them properly.
Thank you. So we have a mismatch of people who are pretending to be mental health providers. We have another issue was policy to practice gaps. There are gaps. Policies are in place, but are these policies implemented? No, they are not implemented. So policy implementation, the rate is in schools, and then the deficit in primary health care. We don't have enough people who can handle the cases. Conclusions. So let us treat adolescent mental health as a national priority. Let us have at the community level people who can identify mental health, at the schools, and then in the hospitals. Recommendations. So let us have integration of in our CPC in schools, in primary and secondary. Let us have mental health literacy and psychological resilience, training directly in the CPC, the competence-based curriculum. But as I said, the ministry has done this already. Let us have schools linked to services. This one has also been already in progress. Maybe it's the follow-up and implementation. And let us have equity targeting programming of all people, of all gender, of all people, of all cases of mental health should be handled. As I conclude, if a student or child in our community or in our lecture room was drowning in silence right now, would you even know how to save him or her? In your school, in your home, in your lecture room, if there was a student and a docent and was drowning in silence with mental health issues, would you know how to save her or him? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very important study. We all need to take note. Keep your questions. As I said, we are soon coming to the Q&A. Our next presenter is yes, Mr. Kadu Peter, and is going to present a paper entitled Workforce Alignment and Health Service Delivery in Selected Districts of Central Uganda. Yes, Mr. Kadu, 15 minutes. You can start.
Thank you, Professor. The topic is workforce alignment and health service delivery in selected districts in central Uganda, that is Luwero, Nakaseke, and Nakasongola. Introduction. Globally, health systems increasingly recognize human resources as a strategic asset that determines organizational workforce alignment. So, members, in order to achieve health service delivery, what we have to do is to have people who are competent in our health sectors. If they are not competent, these are the people who always inject people and they die. So what we have to do is to have these people who are competent, who are having skills, knowledge, being placed in the right positions. So effective workforce alignment enables health facilities to optimize productivity, strengthen service responsiveness, and improve patient care experience. So evidence from developed health systems indicate that competence-based staff deployment contributes significantly to organizational performance. If you have the right people in the right organization, in the right positions, they are going to give you the right results. Across sub-Saharan Africa, here we are still continue experiencing workforce shortages, skills mismatch, and inequitable distribution. Once you look at the selected hospitals I'm doing research on, the number of people who are there, they are not enough. That's why you find they are overloaded with work. And at the end, patients, they are going to take a lot of them in the health facility, and also some of them, they are going to miss to get medication. So, despite government efforts to strengthen human resource planning through increased recruitment and workforce management reforms, Uganda's health sector continues to experience workforce shortages. Once you go and you read Ministry of Health, in Uganda we don't have health sector which is having 100% health workers. Objectives. The objective of this study is to examine the influence of workforce alignment on perceived health service delivery. The question, what is the influence of workforce alignment on perceived health service delivery in selected districts? The hypothesis, there is no relationship between workforce alignment and perceived health service delivery. This study was guided by a theory, which is the resource-based view theory, which was introduced by Edith Penrose, that's 1959, and it was also advanced by Barney 2001. So this theory, it stipulates that if an organization is to perform well, it has to use its human resource. Place the human resources are in the right position, they are going to give you the right results. There is literature there. Scholars have debated the optimal approaches for achieving workforce alignment in health systems. Some of them, they agree that skill-based deployment is right, others they were not agreeing with them. Methodology, the study adopted convergent mixed method cross-sectional research design, which was conducted between 20th June and 20th September 2025. Study population, the total population was 405. The study population was 260. The sample size was 158 according to Solvency formula. Sample techniques, stratified random sampling was used, census sampling, and also passive. Data collection methods, the researcher used the questionnaires to collect quantitative data. For qualitative data, interview was used, focus group discussion to collect the data. Data analysis, quantitative data was analyzed using exploratory analysis, where we have the SPSS. We have the SPSS. For qualitative data, was analyzed thematically. For thematic analysis. Findings. Quantitative findings. Here there is the descriptive statistics of the study variable, workforce alignment, and perceived health service delivery. The results indicate that workforce alignment was rated highly among respondents. That is the mean 4.107 and a standard deviation of 1.069, suggesting that health facilities generally implemented staff deployment, competence matching, retentions, and so on. Coordination between workforce alignment and perceived service delivery. The coordination results presented indicate a moderate, positive, and statistical relationship between workforce alignment and perceived health service delivery. that is equals to 0.490, and B is 0.01. As the study was quantitatively and qualitatively, let us look at the qualitative part of it. So, qualitative, there is a theme, there is a sub-theme, the quotes, and the source. Was look at the theme, that is workforce alignment and service efficiency. Sub-theme, that is the role allocation and task clarity. So one of the respondents said, assigning the right staff to positions that match their training and expertise. That one was the human resource officer in Nakaseke. Another is worker retention, workforce retention and continuity of service. Okay, Professor. So the respondent say retention strategies like recognition, recognizing high performing staff, they always do it. Discussion. The study established that workforce alignment significantly influences perceived health service delivery in selected districts of Central Uganda, where the Pearson correlation analysis revealed a moderate positive relationship between workforce alignment and perceived health service delivery. Recommendation: health facility managers should institutionalize competence-based workforce deployment system. The Minister of Health and district local government should conduct regular workforce assessment. Health facility administrators should strengthen performance management systems through routine performance appraisals. The Minister of Health and district authorities should implement staff retention. And also, government and government partners should complement workforce alignment initiatives with adequate investments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We want a general big round for all the presenters. Yes, we are now coming to Q&A. We had three presenters. We missed others. This gives us a chance to have a better discussion. We begin with the. Okay, generally you're free to raise a question. Who's coming again? Okay, I want you to pick the mic, move around. You listen to the first presenter who presented on artificial or human intelligence, was asking questions and looking at it from the angle of social science. And Dr. Rojo explained to us how artificial intelligence has penetrated all our aspects, but especially for us in academia, we have to be interested in its use. It counts both merits and demerits. The main one we are facing with is academic dishonesty and integrity challenges, but also decline in critical thinking. He quite presented a lot. You can prepare questions for her. Then our second presenter was Dr. Sim Zhao with the escalating mental health crisis. I think all of us have come across this problem. If you're not in your families, maybe to a neighbor. And she warned us that over 70% of the population, of course, they are under 30 years. That's the first. But again, The main problem is our young are more engraved in the IT, in the social media, and then the question is why are we struggling with mental health problems? The issue of silence. Everyone is silent. We try to emphasize other diseases, other problems, but the mental health is not given the attention it deserved. Then our last presenter here was Mr. Kadu, who was presenting on the issue of workforce alignment with especially with the health service provision. Okay, questions please, you can put up your hand. You tell us the question, whom you want to answer your question. Any hands? Yes, one question for my neighbor here. You can begin from.
Yes, my question goes to Mr. Kadu Peter. His geographical scope was basically Central Region, and which has about 27 districts. But he focused on 3 districts, Nakasongo, Luwera, and Nakaseke, which is former Greater Luwero. Can we change that geographical location to Greater Luwero districts, or because it may not be that 3 districts may not be a representative of the central districts in Uganda, which are 27 in number.
Okay, yes, Mr. Kadu, take note of that. Yes, there is another question on here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is also going to Mr. Kadu, especially to do with the methodology vis-a-vis the objective of the study. Whereas the general objective is pointing at influence, the explanation of the findings in the presentation are pointing at correlation and relationships. Yet, I saw aspects of regulation which were not a point of focus for the presenter. So probably, for clarity, you needed to explain to us what was the main interest in the study. Were we interested in the magnitude of influence of this alignment of human resources to service delivery, or how the 2 concepts are relating with each other? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, one has question. You have taken note of it. More questions, please. One from online audience. I think there is a director. What? The director of Nsanja Hospital is following and is asking, I think, Dr. Silemuzao. He says he's intrigued by the 67% prevalence. What is your definition of mental ill health? Okay, the director of Nsanja Hospital is following online and he's wondering that question. Please take note of that, Dr. Silemuzao. More questions? Yes, take the mic behind. Professor Smith and Dr. Mr. Kimuka is there. Mr. Kimuka.
This one is a sort of a comment on the Dr. Barrow comment also. The issue of use of AI by students when they are answering tests, maybe exams. It has been interesting to find that you give a question to freshers just left Season 6. And you find that this person, for instance, in microbiology, has given not only the genus and the species, but goes on if it give the subspecies. Recently, of course, Maganda said, you know, we teachers, we have been encouraging these people. There was a recent one who, when I was asking about Mendel, the father of genetics, this person went ahead even to say the day of the week when Mendel was born, and you could just see that this video. So, in a nutshell, I told the students that if they continue cheating on watches and smartphones, we may have to go back to some of the original way of examination, oral examination. Thanks very much.
Okay. Yes, Mike, please move it here. Try to be brief your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is John Bosco Ozele. I'm a second-year PhD student at Nkumba University, specializing in human resource management. This has motivated me to ask a question to Mr. Kalu, as I have the knowledge of human resource management. Now, Mr. Kalu said, talked about placement and staffing process, which says workforce alignment can promote the service delivery as far as health is concerned. I want to ask him, did he factor in the elements of cultural differences and bias, which can also affect the outcome? That's number one. Then number two, did he also factor in clarity, because I did not see what we call a clear conceptual framework. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The mic, please move it. They are behind here.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Nkumba. My question goes to Dr. Anna on AI, and I loved her findings, and we have nothing to do, but that is the way to go. But my worry is on cyber security. So when you look at all the, she generalized it, all the AI, that they can help in reasoning, making decisions, and problem solving. And there was a serious warning one time that we have to be very careful with this AI. They can penetrate into our accounts, our mobile money, and they take everything to us. So I expected to see the recommendable AI, but not all of them. Thank you very much, Dr. Anna.
Okay. Yes, we have someone behind here. Mr. Kibuka, and then they come to.
Thank you.
Timothy.
Mine goes to Dr. Ann. Yes, AI is unavoidable. And we don't have to lose the HI. The recommendations are not elaborate, because you say we need to be cautious. Now, be cautious on what? On humanizing AI. How do we humanize it? Do we have to adopt some policies, like in universities, on how to use AI and ensure that we observe the ethics? What do we do? To Dr. Simuzao, our sexual relations also triggers to mental illness among the adolescents, because the adolescents are entering into sexual relations, and they can be, sometimes the relations can break down. Why didn't you consider the sexual triggers as contributors to mental illness? Thank you.
Okay, bring it to Timothy.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, I'm Timothy Saside. Mine is not a question. It's a comment or supplement on to Dr. Abako's presentation concerning whether it's AI or human. Number one, I'm going to start with a quotation which you can take a note. With facts, you either agree or accept the disagreement. In regards to this, it means that AI came at the world's watch, it is here, and the best way to utilize it is not, first of all, is not so much concentrating on what it is taking away from us, but I think we need to embrace it and concentrate on how good it is and how best we can cope up with it. Number one, we need to adopt, first of all, if we now know that in the academia, AI has penetrated and students are so much using it, how about the academic staff? Are they well conversant with using AI? Do we need to train or making it a mandate for each and every academic, say, instructor or trainer to have a certification in AI, let's say, and using and all that? Because there are also models that have been put in place to detect whether some work has been produced by AI. Are there other means of assessment that you can use that can prevent, that can trigger students to also use the conventional means of research and then gathering their work and all that? If they are there, then let's go on with that, because, for example, relying on student scripts in awarding marks and all that may not be so much practical, because currently everyone is a good writer and everyone can write something that is good because AI is in existence. But can someone present what they have on paper, and during presentation, do they have it on their fingertips, among others? Then we can also look at maybe responsible AI and all that. Then look at the aspect of security for our own information when you're dealing with AI.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Don't make another presentation. Thank you very much. Now, let us have our dear presenters respond to their respective questions. We can begin with Dr. Bao.
Thank you, everyone. Let me begin with the last asker. Thank you, Timothy, for the comments. I think most of them were for you to take home and learn from. Maybe what comes out specifically is whether academic staff are actually prepared in dealing with artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, the research indicates the research that is pessimistic about this wholesome integration of AI into the academia thinks that both learners and staff have the potential to become lazy. We all seem to be moving towards losing interest in reading original materials and identifying likely themes, potential themes that are related to the first one. But because AI has given you a summary of what is existing, you take it as the gospel truth. So whether we are ready or not, I also don't know really. You can also check yourself if you're ready. I want to indicate that this is more of an opinion research. It's more exploratory. And so the recommendations are based on gathered literature and what I think as an individual. That's why I said the social sciences perspective. And in that line, therefore, I want to move to the first question on what Professor Msoke was saying. Professor Msoke is lucky that he's still able and interested to discern what the student would have written and what the student has actually written. What the student has actually written is what AI has given this student. what she would have written is completely different. So our abilities into reading and understanding whether what we have received for assessment is AI generated, human intelligence generated, or a combination of the two in order to improve one's understanding. Not so many lecturers, professors, doctors are willing to go an extra mile. But if you are very interested, you can actually tell that this paper is not entirely human generated. On the issue of cyber security, I wasn't so much into cyber security. I was more into technology, into education. Nonetheless, that you asked me about cyber security and in line with human intelligence, Dr. Nkumba, I think that there are human-related aspects that can actually expose us to cyber insecurity, including, for instance, our levels of awareness on which websites, for instance, do we visit, what did you click on that has come to your phone or email, so that we can avoid aspects of phishing and malicious ware. What are the levels of authentication on our gadgets? Who knows our password, among the others. But when you look at, if you ask me which technology and which AI we should use, since we are in Africa, I would have loved to say we use the African-based AI. Unfortunately, as a continent, we don't seem to be very clear on which way we go with AI. If you look at countries like USA, AI is more into academia and generating ideas. If you look at China, it is more industrial-based. So they feed it and see what model is going to give them and what they can use in terms of improving workforce and also production. But for us, I'm not very sure which one we are using. Maybe a combination of so many of these. To Mr. Chibuka, how cautious do we move? Like I mentioned during the presentation, that the aim of the paper really is not to kill the use of AI in technology. It is for us to cautiously move and not to go away from my own presentation. As the previous speaker, Dr. Sirimuzao, was saying, would you tell that this child is drowning because they have a mental challenge? Can you tell, as you make these assessments, that this student has not relied on their brain, but rather on something else? And it is because they had access to a gadget which the other did not have. But when you look at universities, we are either struggling to put up policies, or we don't have any policies at all, or we don't even know how to frame these policies. So that's the caution we should take, so that we avoid false mastery. You don't want to think that your students have understood when they have actually not understood anything. That is the false mastery of knowledge that we are talking about. I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us have Dr. Sirimuzao first. Follow.
Thank you so much, Chair. So the first question was about the 67% mild depression. So I want to state it clearly that 67% was mild depression among adolescents. That's according to the literature review that I did in this presentation. Then the other question was about how can I define mental ill health? So mental ill health is the state of well-being in which the mood, the behavior, and the ability to function of an individual is severely affected. In what sense? In the mood, for example, if somebody's mood deviates from the norm, this person is constantly sad, this person has lost interest in what they want to do, then that could be a mild depression. Then sometimes it can be a dysfunction. A dysfunction, the person who normally is supposed to communicate in public, normally is supposed to move, could be having maybe panic, anxiety, or anxiety disorders. Other cases, this could be danger. The mood could be dangerous. Somebody too sad that can be able, is willing to commit suicide. Sometimes this can be a dysfunction, that this person is too depressed. Sometimes could be too hyper, like bipolar and bipolar 1, and it's too dangerous to himself and to the society. So when it comes to mental ill health, we are looking at the state of well-being in which the mood, the behavior, the ability to function. Sometimes this mental ill health, they also have somatic symptoms where physically somebody is also affected. Then another question, so basically mental health has a broad range of illnesses. Then another Mr. Chibuka talked of sexual relationships trigger mental health. Yes, they do. They do, especially mood and the behavioral disorders. Sexual relationship, if a teenager is probably had a relationship and that relationship ends, they can go into depression. It can affect their mood, how they feel about themselves. Actually, in Uganda, we also had cases of suicide because of such issues. Because these teenagers are severely affected, they are too sad, they go into silence, then eventually they can decide to take their life because of sexual relationships. Then he also asked that why didn't I consider sexual relationship? You see, this was a literature review, and for the papers that I reviewed, I didn't come across a paper that actually investigated sexual relationship as the cause of mental illness. Probably this can be an area for further research. Thank you.
Okay, our last presenter, Kadu. Yeah, but as Kadu gets that mic on Dr. Maho's question, the concern about AI, as someone said, what your teachers do really. I think we shouldn't be struggling as teachers to find out whether a student has used AI or what. There are systems that have been developed, as Thomas was saying, that can check AI. So we ask our leaders in the universities to invest just in those systems. Okay, that even when we apply, we are writing, some of us who publish, your work is subjected to those systems. If you can tell. So we need to ensure that all coursework, whatever students go through those systems, is easy to find out. Okay, Mr. Kadu?
Thank you, Professor. My first question was, can we change the topic to greater well? Sometimes as we are doing research, you look at the problem. You can't just bring other parts where there is no problem and include them in your study. Based on the report, based on the reports, these 3 districts were the ones which we are suffering from workforce alignment.
But the question is that, are they representative for the entire central Uganda? I think the question was, you need to reduce the local. The 3 districts are not representing the entire central Uganda. Take the advice.
Okay, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Another question was how the 2 variables move together, or what is the main interest of the study. So, Doctor, I wanted to see how one variable affected the other in the regression analysis. Another question was about cultural differences and biases. Sometimes this is research. For me, I have researched on workforce alignment. Another one can look at what we call the cultural differences. It is not that I have to summarize each and everything. Another person will look at cultural differences. Another one is clarity with the conceptual framework. Yes, the conceptual framework was there, but based on the guide, they told me you can remove it based on my supervisors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. A big love to our presenters. And now, allow me to say I think we've been seated for a long time. I'm told our lunch is ready. I will request we have a reverend in this room. If you know the pastor. Okay, you can bless our food. Okay, you can bless our lunch. Meanwhile, my secretariat can inform the group down if they are ready. Let them come, we'll have lunch, and we come back for after lunch session.
Okay. I'm not a pastor, but I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for the sessions that you've taken us through, and we pray that you will be done. Also, thank you for the lunch you've given us. We pray that you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much. Please, I will just honor the colleagues there. Let us meet, then the others can follow us.
Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, amidst university amenities has grown within Uganda's vibrant kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrives with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpowe Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools: the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Nkumba Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant tourism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools: the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Nkumba Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant tourism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrills with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Nkumba Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant tourism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrives with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpowe Students' Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant tourism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located minutes away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrives with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpolwe Students Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. A vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism city of Entebbe lies a beacon of academic excellence. Nkumba University. I welcome to Nkumba University, one of Uganda's leading private universities, strategically located means away from Entebbe International Airport. Established in 1994 and chartered in 2006, Nkumba University has grown from a 1952 kindergarten to a vocational institute and eventually one of the leading higher institutions of learning, shaping Uganda's future. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration, the School of Education, the School of Sciences, the School of Social Sciences, the School of Computing and Informatics, and the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba equips learners with in-demand, practically relevant skills. Comprising of 7 schools, the School of Law, the School of Business Administration. Thousands graduate each year, joining a powerful alumni network of professionals, leaders, and innovators. And the School of Commercial, Industrial Art and Design, Nkumba alumni are positioned in government, media, business, and arts, symbolic of the university's societal impact. Beyond the classroom, students' life thrives with cultural festivals, exhibitions, sports tournaments, and creativity that never sleeps. Modern facilities and digital infrastructure support both academic and personal growth at every step of the way. Nkumba engages with the communities and partners globally because learning doesn't stop at the borders. As the academic landscape continues to evolve, Nkumba University remains steadfast in implementing its strategic master plan, a bold blueprint meant to drive innovation, advance research, promote academic excellence, and prioritize students' well-being. At the heart of this transformation stands the Mpolwe Students Hostel Village, a modern state-of-the-art residential complex designed to be more than just accommodation, but rather a home away from home, offering breathtaking amenities, comfort, security, and a vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Join Nkumba University today, discover your purpose, build your future, and become part of the global transformation. Nkumba University, I owe you. A vibrant living environment where students can thrive academically and grow socially. Amidst hundreds of amenities within Uganda's vibrant pluralism,
I put it here.
the future
I
and
put
become
it here.
part of the global
I put it
transformation.
here.
Nkumba University,
I pay better.
I owe you.
I pay better. I have a boy. I have a boy. I have a boy. I put it here. I put it here.
Amidst hundreds of
I dance
amenities
with it.
within Uganda's
I
vibrant
pay
pluralism,
better. I pay better. I have a boy. I have a boy. I put it here. I put it here. I dance with it. I pay better. I give the doctor
So I have a boy. I cook it a bit. I cook it a bit. I prepare the packaging.
Thank you, all of you who have energized us. That of you. So, in the interest of time, we want to use 15 minutes to study because we want to finish by. Thank you, all of you who have energized us. All those authors. So, to manage it. In the interest of time, and even answer one to use 15 minutes to study, because we ask a question of your very concern. Thank you, all of you who have energized us, askers and authors. So, in the interest of money, not in the interest of time, we are going to want to look at the two papers, then we go to question and answer time of your view. Then after that we go to the last 4 papers. So at the end of the day we will call it a session. So we are going to begin with the Mr. Chibuka Peter, followed by Dr. Franka POGNG. So without wasting time, may I request Mr. Chibuka Peter to come forward and present his study, which is on social oriented participation, mechanisms in large scale agriculture
procedural justice, and recognizing their issues, their concerns, which I'm referring to as recognition of justice. These are essential to achieve inclusion of community needs, to ensure fair benefits, and hold those people accountable. What are the pathways in the conceptual framework? When we talk of information dissemination, there is need to share information among the communities to know how much land is going to be used, what are their rights, what are registrations, so that they can be able to negotiate when it comes to consultation. So that you don't enter into a consultative process when you are empty. When you are empty, you will just be a spectator. So information sharing can lead to consultation. Through consultation, you build trust and legitimacy, and then that is people gain more power. And then collaboration, partnering, forming communities which can do a follow-up, whether what was agreed upon is being complied with, what needs to be done. That gives the communities greater power. So without power in the communities, you are like, power is centered around the elite. There will be elite capture by those who are the bureaucrats and the technocrats making decisions without the input of the communities. And this pathway is adapted from Einstein's Ladder of Citizen Participation, Sherry Einstein, 1969. Now, what is the literature looking at? It is looking at those three areas: information dissemination, consultation, and collaboration, that if these stages are sequentially implemented step by step, they can lead to better social equity outcomes. But these need to be supported by stakeholder, which is regarded as moderating factor. Information dissemination is built from the convention called FPIC. FPIC means free, prior, informed consent. The communities need to be informed, and they need consent. But we have seen that decisions are made without them. And Uganda is a signatory to this convention, so you will find a mismatch between policy, conventions, and practices. Now, what does the literature say? The literature shows that transparent land information improves negotiation outcomes. And this is obtained from the study in Tanzania and Mozambique, which revealed 25% improved negotiation outcomes if information is disseminated effectively. Awareness campaigns increase compensation transparency. When they are aware through information, the compensation is transparent. However, there is a challenge. Marginalized groups and women, for them they receive information much later or not at all. Now, the key insight from this literature is that consultation is an effective mechanism that can influence decision. So I'm on consultation. I should be talking about information. The key insight is that information reduces knowledge asymmetries and threatens and strengthens bargaining power. This leads us into consultation. Now, the literature on consultation indicates that consultation becomes effective when communities influence decisions. But the evidence from the literature shows that communities report lower exclusion When they are consulted, they report lower exclusion. And when they are consulted, especially the youth, it reduces stress and increases trust. However, in the consultative process, there is a tendency of having technocrats, bureaucrats dominating. And this is referred to as elite capture. And when this happens, participation does not become meaningful. It is like tokenism, or a form of manipulation of the community to show that the community's issues have been taken into account. The key insight is that consultation promotes procedural justice. Procedures have, and then it promotes trust. Regarding collaboration, collaboration institutionalizes participation and increases the power. And evidence from literature shows that when there is partnership, joint ventures, community-led mapping, we get durable outcomes which are bottom-up than top-down. And the bottom-down approach is aligned to the people-centered development theory by people-centered development theory and also the social equity theory. So to ensure effective collaboration, the literature shows there is need to have company, in this case the zone industries, with the communities. There is need to have joint committees, there is need to have written agreements, and community resource mapping are very vital for collaboration to succeed. Now, these three mechanisms, information sharing, consultation, and collaboration, cannot achieve success unless the key stakeholders, who in this case are regarded as the moderating factor, which include government agencies, the NGOs, and local government, are taking an upper hand to ensure that these processes are taking place. And evidence shows that when there is stakeholder engagement, the FPIC will be improved, free, prior, informed consent. They will ensure that there is consent from the communities.
You have 3 minutes to summarize.
Okay, and it enhances the bargaining power. Now, from this literature, the study identifies knowledge gaps. One, limited understanding. The literature does not show great understanding of how participation mechanisms interact to lead to social equity. Methodologically, the study is on quantitative methods. They are not integrated. In most cases, most studies are qualitative and they lack statistical testing. Contextually, little evidence from wetland ecosystems affected by large-scale agriculture investments in line with equity has been conducted. And policy-wise, there are no tested standards for FPIC implementation. And there is weak consultation and benefit sharing frameworks in our policies. And arising out of this literature, 3 hypotheses have been developed. Information disseminations improves social equity by reducing knowledge gaps. Consultation improves social equity through trust building. Collaboration improves social equity through power sharing. And stakeholder support strengthens all participation mechanisms. And policy recommendations, we need to strengthen free prior informed consent. There is need for mandatory implementation. There is need to translate the policies into local languages. And there is need to improve communication. There is need to create a grievance mechanism as a feedback. And there is need to promote collaboration. There is need to ensure that there is community-led land use mapping and support of civil society organization and customary leaders is required to ensure that participation is meaningful so as to lead to social equity outcomes. And in conclusion, social equity large-scale investments can be achieved through those three mechanisms: information dissemination, meaningful consultation, collaboration, and power sharing, as well as strong stakeholder support. And the key message I'm passing to you is inclusive participation is essential for balancing agricultural investment, environmental sustainability, community well-being in rural wetland communities and other ecosystems of wetlands across Africa. This study is supporting Sustainable Development Goal number 10 on social inequalities, Sustainable Development number 16 on addressing social injustices. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kivuka. Very audible and confident. And the DNA, I think, which has been carried out indicates that the child is yours. You paid a lot of effort to do that literature review. So, before we go to question time, we want to call Dr. Frank Apio Chiingi to present his study, which is a meta-analysis of arrivalism at the crossroad with the progression, a preference equilibrium, progressivism model, a case of Uganda. So Dr. Chiingi, you are welcome. And you have 13 minutes. Listening properly, they are very heavy words. In his study, very heavy.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Frank Apio Chiingi, and I am an African groomed scholar. In the morning, I presented a paper on intellectual imperialism at the crossroad with the indigenous intellectual contextualization. So I brought another knowledge cutting, knowledge groundbreaking paper on arrivalism, and the meta-analysis looks at issues of beyond normal synthesis, normal conversation, or day-to-day reflections. This is the synthesis of when we achieve, many of us, when we achieve, we are comfortable with what we have achieved. And around 2020 or 2021, His Excellency, the President of this country, was cautioning graduates not to be comfortable with arrivalism at the graduation ceremony of Chamberlain University. In my introduction, in the contextualization and conceptualization of arrivalism, it is looked as an illusion, an illusory comfort, happiness, peacefulness, or success that human beings tend to catch up with when they achieve. And the arrivalism also is a cultural and a philosophical concept that describes a mindset which is constantly focused on the future. When somebody tells themselves, when they attain this and this, when you achieve this and this, they don't have any more motivation or any other aspect to motivate them. You realize that we have seen many people in achievism, attainism. We shall see the different forms of arrivalism. When some of us, we are going to finish university, we are comfortable, I've gotten my bachelor's. Then what next? I should marry. Then what next? I should have 1 or 2 children. Then what next? I should have a 3-bedroom house. Because if you have a boy, the boys will stay in the boys' wing and the girls in the girls' wing and the parents on their bedroom. Then the next is the 4. You need a vehicle. And with that, most people are comfortable and they are caught up into the arrivalist trap. Arrivalism is a trap. It is a mindset where most people attain and moving on to achieve at higher levels becomes something that is subtle. We need to realize that arrivalism occurs when most people feel they have achieved, they have fulfilled, they have attained in life. What is the philosophy behind arrivalism? The topic was philosophical, and I'll communicate to you the philosophy behind arrivalism, which is picked from Epicurus and Epictetus, the Greek philosophers, who looked at hedonism. In hedonism, we see most people pursue happiness, pursue what is positive, to avoid what is challenging them in life. That's why Epicurus in 241 argued that happiness as a mind free is a mind free from disturbance and free from body pains. That is, a good life is secured by moderation, colleagues, and that's what Epicurus reminded us. We should not be in deceptive happiness, and we forget to live a moderate lifestyle. You realize that in this paper, most people, they want to achieve pleasure. When you get a nice car, you will be happy. When you get a big house, you will be happy. When you get a good job, a well-paying job, you will be happy. Some of us, when we arrive at that, there is no more effort put in to move to the next. Everything feels like we have reached. Literally put it in some language. You have reached, natukada, you are comfortable because you have attained the highest pleasure of either friends or knowledge or temperance as put by Epicurus. In utilitarianism, John Stuart Mill and Jeremy Bentham, they indicate clearly that human beings, we go after pleasure. When we attain pleasure, that is okay, that is enough, we are not able to go to the next. But Peter Singer looks at preferential utilitarianism, where we should have a preference of what gives us pleasure. Not everything should give us pleasure. And that's what Epicurus indicated as the moderation. Then what is the problem now in our Ugandan context or in our current, in the contemporary context? The problem is following the traditional utilitarianism and thinking that pleasure will give it to me all. When I get the pleasure I want, that is all. And we don't mind about other things. The other trap that we can be caught in is a short-term or long-term impact, which exposes us to failure to recognize connectedness with the results of the pleasure that we are looking for. This ends up in arrivalism, and that is the problem. Those are the objectives of this study, is to analyze perspectives on arrivalism and progressivism in the Ugandan context, and possibly come up with a model that can be used to further the discussion. The methodology used in this study was literature review, library-based. The study reviewed literature on arrivalism and progressivism. What was found per se? On perspectives of arrivalism, the study indicated the forms of arrivalism in 3 or 4. The first one is behavioral or cultural arrivalism, which is a success entitlement. When you succeed, you feel things are okay. Or you must work hard, whether it means to go through getting quick money, you must attain success and then move on. The second type is the economic arrivalism, which I already explained in the beginning, which has the formula a 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one comes out clearly. When you, the best example in the Ugandan context among the middle class, if you must work hard and get a wife or a spouse. When you get a wife, that is 1. 2, you have your 2 children. 3, you have a 3-bedroom, house. And 4, when you get a car, then you have arrived. You are in an arrival state, which is a trap. The third one is political arrivalism, and His Excellency, the President of this country, indicated clearly and criticized society, especially students, against the syndrome of arrivalism. Students, civil servants, graduates, he indicated that arrivalism prevents these categories of people from continuing to learn and to adapt new skills and also to progress in life, which I talked about as progressivism. In order to progress in life, we must not be contented with one thing. That's what George Washington indicated, that success is like an empty sack. When you attain on one aspect, when you look in that sack, you see there is nothing. You ought to keep on moving and working hard. What is in the syndrome of arrivalism? Members, the syndrome of arrivalism has 2 major components. And the first one is, I have arrived syndrome is exposed in the dangerous mindset where a person may be, or a political party, allow me, I'm not subscribing to any of this, I'm a scholar, I'm not subscribing to politics. Either business. So when you attain business or attain a political position, you have seen most of these friends of ours in parliament. They remember to go back to the people that voted them in power when it is 1 year to ending a term. But the previous 3 or 4 years, they are in a state of arrivalism. They arrived, no need to go back to the people that voted them. And loss of momentum is another component in there. Among a few principles of arrivalism, principle number 1 is entitlement. Most of these people that are caught up in the arrivalist state, they have a tendency of entitlement. They think everything should belong to them. If it is money, it should be my money. The best example here is an example from servant to a ruler. A shift, and this is common in most African states, which reflects a shift in focus where a leader begins to view the public and the corporate resource as their personal privilege. You have seen how some people in the recent assignment by His Excellency, people who are caught up in this entitlement, they were caught unaware and surprised. And in the second one, we see the principle of disconnection, where people have built an ivory tower effect in their life. Here, leaders become physically and socially isolated from the grassroots or from the organization. It is clear in the universities where they deans campaign, people campaign to be voted in power. They use very sweet language, not so. Once they enter office, you realize certain decisions are made without the consideration of the people that brought them in the processes. The other principle is the principle of stagnation. Most of us caught up in arrivalism, we are entrapped in the stagnation point of lack of succession planning. We think we are going to be there throughout. Arrivalist leaders fear bringing up capable successors, viewing them as competitors in their position. And this affects, mentoring and grooming of new leaders. And you end up in recycling instead of growing. Allow me to go direct now to what this study suggested. And the philosophical foundation, one, we discovered that there is a preferential maximization because we need to look at maximizing happiness and pleasure, which is based on fulfillment of certain preferences. But we need to be impartial in whatever we are pursuing to arrive, to happiness or success. And all this must be kept in progressive equilibrium. For us to progress, there is need for a balance between arrivalism and progressivism. So this is what the study suggested as I end, or as I conclude. The study proposed the preferential utilitarian progressive interconnectivity correspondence equilibrium model, which is the purpose model, and has these tenets. The first tenet is preferential utilitarianism, which I indicated. Peter Singer talked about the aspect of having a preference of what brings pleasure. The interconnectivity, we need to look at the globe in terms of a world where we are interconnected, where we are having actions, in one domain being influenced by another domain. And in progressive equilibrium, if we are to go beyond arrivalism, we need a dynamic, evolving state of balance that continuously adapts us to a new, informing and changing of the needs of the time, rather than being static and contented with what we have achieved. There is another principle of progressive correspondence, which is based on the correspondence theory. Members in society, according to this theory and principle, everything is in continuous correspondence. You are listening to me as I am talking. We are in correspondence. Otherwise, I would be talking alone. So, when we attain, or when one attains a success or happiness, there must be a good correspondence with other forms of success or levels of success. In conclusion, we need to promote preferential satisfaction in society that is based on autonomous choices, not being guided by interests of the people in society or the leaders or the rulers. And this one comes out very well on the boundary of rights. Everything we do has boundaries, which was pointed on the principle of moderation as brought by Epicurus earlier on. The second one is achieving progressive equilibrium is the way to go. We need a dynamic balance, members. When you attain, you don't stay still, you don't stagnate as we saw earlier on. And lastly, the study recommended the adoption and utilization of utilitarian, preferential utilitarian, progressivist, connectivist, correspondence, equilibrium, in order to create a balance between arrivalism and progressivism. Thank you, I owe you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chiingi. You have exceeded your time by 1 minute, but we are enjoying those strong words. Yeah, now that we have finished those two, we want, without forgetting, to go into reactions to their presentation. So, Chair Organizing Committee Professor here is advising me that let us finish even these four so that we don't waste time. And I've agreed as the chair. So without wasting time, let's continue with the presentation as you note down your concerns, and at a later date, time, we are going to respond. So may I now ask forward to present his findings. His studies on the current status of robotics engineering systems design in driving economic sectors in Uganda. So you have 13 minutes, Ezra, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, and the audience at large in your respective capacities. So as you are told, I'm presenting the current state. Of course, in Uganda we have robotics, but we want to see how far is being achieved ever since it is being promised since 2020 by the government of Uganda. Which was introduced in the government policy of 2020, and it was talking about the robotics being raised as the most very important and crucial in the development of our economy, since it is comprised of the system comprised of automation, sensing technologies, artificial intelligence, of which you have seen the one of Dr. Abao has been presenting. Then the control mechanism under it to raise the economic growth by supporting the emerging sectors such as manufacturing, energy, and services, of which services we have education and healthcare, etc. So the current state of and roles of robotics engineering system designs in Uganda, sectorial contributions and challenges in the future potential of our economy. So the aim is to improve efficiency, improve the efficiency and productivity across various sectors. We have challenges like low productivity, inefficiency, excuse the ID. Then limited technology integration, those are under the introduction. But robotic engineering is an interdisciplinary field dedicated to designing, building, and programming intelligent machines that interact with the physical world. I'm talking about this robotics because it is combining all. It sits at the intersection of mechanical engineering, electronics, the computer science, and then the artificial intelligence, empowering systems to sense their surroundings, make autonomous decisions, and perform complex tasks. So the problem statement. So we have robotics in use despite the growing importance of robotics engineering worldwide, because others are already in the 5th or 6th generation, but for us in Uganda we are still in the early stages. So there is existing challenges that are hindering our robotics to grow from one level to another. It is low adoption of robotics technologies. Then limited technical expertise. You have few people who can for sure integrate this robotics into the developing world of Uganda as a country. There is high implementation costs. You find even always our VAT, when you are importing something, it is quite high. You can't bring those tools to use over here. This is quite a challenge. So inadequate research in infrastructure, you find there is limited research on such kind of things to improve. Raw industrial automation levels. Since we are still growing and the industries are even trying to be set, so we still have limited industry that would adopt to use this automation of robotics. Then there is low productivity. Because when you are not using them, you may find you are a human being, you will get tired, and then postpone to the next day. But when you can use these robotics or set equipments, they can keep running even 24 hours. Then high operational costs. You find you are using a woman and you are paying a lot, but you can use a robot like one and does so many works, the work that can be done by many people. For example, like in the energy sector, you find you are using a computer, one person in a computer, but monitoring all like transmission lines. Then safety challenges. You may find people are still working in hard and chemical areas of industries. But for this case, to avoid for safety, you can use these robotics when they are well developed. Limited technologies and competitiveness, they are still low in our Uganda. Then we have objective. The general objective is to assess the current status and impact of robotics engineering systems in Uganda economy, in Uganda's economic sectors. Then the specific objectives is to identify robotics application in Uganda, to evaluate their economic contribution, to examine challenges affecting adoption, to propose strategies. Then research questions. What is the current state of robotics engineering systems in Uganda? As we have seen, they are already here, but we don't know how far. Which economic sector benefits most from robotics? What challenges hinder adoption? What opportunities exist for future growth? And the policies that can accelerate robotic development. Then the significance of the study. Of course, the government support policy formulation, as I have told you. In 2020, they formulated a policy that could support those robotics development. Then industries, improving productivity and quality. For example, for industries which have adapted it, they can really show the progress of quality in production. Then we have universities. Advances robotics research, develops technical skills, encourages innovation and creation. As you know, you are aware, they are now bringing competence-based curriculum that lead all these things to be into practice. If it is a robot, you make it, not studying that it does this, it has an arm. No, you have to do it physically there. So society creates employment, yes, opportunities, improves quality of life, contributes economic growth. Those are the significances. So that is the conceptual framework of this robotic system, how it can be grown. You find you have an external sensor, of course, like how we have told you, artificial intelligence, you have a brain, you have eyes are sensors. They are internal and external. The robotic sensors, the end effectors, as you can see them, then the environment, object, and peripherals as attachments. Then the theoretical, as you can see how it is done, the controller, the sensor, the plant. You may find you are here on your computer, everything is set. For example, me, I'm dealing in a transmission lines when you are monitoring and all things are set. Any abrupt, that's why you notice at one time you hear that there was a blackout. Why? They are trying to protect the big equipment from being exploded because Uganda electricity is being interconnected. We don't have a separate source that separates a certain region, but it's still connected. That's why when it happens, at one point, all power goes off to protect other transformers in the equipment. It gets expensive. So this is the process of showing the actuators. You may find you have an arm, having other settings, can rotate, can do whatever you like. Like before you set it, you set it to make everything up. So it is like a robot. So literature review and gaps identify. Existing literature indicates that robotics and automation are essential drivers of economic transformation. The World Bank 2022 emphasizes the importance of digital technology in improving productivity in developing economies. The International Federation of Robotics 2023 highlights global growth in industry of automation, particularly in manufacturing, as we shall see. The FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization 2021 demonstrates how robotics enhances precision and agriculture, improving food security and sustainability. Similarly, the World Health Organization 2021 notes the growing role of robotics in healthcare delivery, especially in remote areas where most people fear to go. Then there is methodology. In Africa, adoption remains limited but promising. Uganda Force Industrial Revolution Strategy or Government of Uganda 2020 identify robotics as a key enabler of industrialization and innovation.
You have 3 minutes to use it.
Thank you.
Properly.
Thank you. So this is their methodology. A mixed method research design was employed. The design combined both quantitative and qualitative assessments. Yes. The study adopted both deductive and inductive approach. Yes, that is up and down, down and up. The study was based on review of policy documents, e.g. Uganda Force Industrial Revolution Strategy, international reports, World Bank, the FAO, the IFRA, the World Health Organization, sector-based analysis of robotics application. So those are the Food Agriculture Organization, International Federation of Robotics, the International Energy Agency. So those are the research focused on identifying how robotic systems contribute productivity, efficiency, and economic growth in Uganda. So this is the graph showing you different categories of efficiency and productivity. As you can see, agriculture is well off and manufacturing, but others, productivity is still lagging behind. It needs some improvement. The education, the health care, the transport, the energy. Since the competence base is coming in education, maybe these robots can be improved. So that is how you can see on the interpretation of the other graph. Then conclusion and key recommendation. Robotics engineering system design has the potential to revolutionize Uganda's economy sector by improving productivity, efficiency, and service delivery. Despite current challenges, strategic investment and policy support can unlock its full potential. Uganda stands as a critical point where embracing robotics can enable a transition to a modern technology-driven economy. So the recommendation: increase investment, strengthen infrastructure, develop technical skills, improve policy implementation, promote research and innovation, and encourage partnership to accelerate robotics adoption and economic growth. Like the same, since you have come here, Nkumba and Niji can partner together and develop these robotics and move on as we develop our Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olibitunga Ezra. and they will respond to your presentation later after the others have presented. Thank you so much. Let's give him a hand clap. Now next is Dr. Naume Kapundwa. Dr. Naume Kapundwa's study is examining the audit committee attributes and loan portfolio performance in those common institutions called SACCOs in Bushenyi district. Doctor, we have given you 13 minutes and the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. That is my name and that is the study. I'm carrying out a study in SACCOs, that is Savings and Credit Organizations in Bushenyi district. The background of that is that Bushenyi is one of the districts that is doing very well with things to do with SACCOs. And at the same time, the SACCOs have issues, and now we have to identify now the core activity in Bushenyi, how it can improve. And my study is looking at audit committee attributes and loan portfolio performance of SACCOs in Bushenyi district. I have my colleagues and my mentors. So since most of our colleagues have looked, so this one is a common thing, I can skip it and I go straight out to the introduction of the study. SACCOs have a very critical role to play in our economy. As you know very well that Uganda is still a developing country where you find that formal sectors are playing a slight low role when it comes to the majority of the people, meaning that most of the people don't have the prerequisites for belonging to banks. And therefore, since our SDGs are looking at social inclusion, we cannot leave out everybody, but everyone can be included in case these SACCOs are performing very well. So, what motivated me is that how these SACCOs are performing in terms of loan portfolio performance. You know very well that for all financial institutions, the core asset is what? Is the loan. So if you fail to manage your loans, then you cannot survive. And I'm measuring loan portfolio performance using portfolio at risk, non-performing loans, and repayment rates. And what are we expecting in this study? Very many studies have come up to address the issues of loan portfolio. Globally and across Africa, poor loan performance continues to threaten the survival of cooperatives and financial institutions. And here in Uganda, the Bank of Uganda and the regulator came up with a standard that how should these SACCOs of ours perform in terms of loan portfolio. And in terms of portfolio at risk as well as non-performing loans, the recommendable rate should be less than 5%. But in reality, most of the SACCOs have their levels in terms of loan portfolio and non-performing beyond 5%, that is from 8 to 10, and which is very bad. And our government itself have come up with the parish development model. And they are looking at these SACCOs as the way on how they can include everyone. And they are putting a lot of monies into these SACCOs. And my worry is how these SACCOs are performing. Really, it's very risky with this evidence that is here. According to the agency theory and stakeholder theory, in the study, is looking at audit committee practices that can be done. For anything to do with crediting, giving, monitoring, internal control, whatever, the audit committees have a key role to play. And members, you know very well those circles in your villages. Those circles are formed by indigenous people. We have people who are not educated. They don't know the standards. They don't know the policies that are moving. So my study is emphasizing that if these audit committees are doing very well, then these issues with the circles can end. So the audit committee, what am I trying to address? Many circles, it's a requirement. All circles have to be with an audit committee according to the framework, according to the corporate framework of these circles. However, the members in these audit committees are lacking a lot. Most especially, some of them don't have the expertise in finances, and some don't attend meetings, and that is a very risky thing that these circles are doing. And my study is coming up to examine the effect of audit committee attributes on loan portfolio among circles in Usheni district. Then the problem statement, I've mentioned it already. The ideal situation is that portfolio at risk. These are the loans that are at risk. The loans that were given to members, and we don't know whether those members will pay. Who are those members we are looking at? These are the people who are the owners of circles, including our judges, those small-scale enterprises, border men, and whatnot. They don't have securities. Nothing. And here we have trusted these circles to save their monies. And whenever these monies come to the circles, monies are given to other individuals. And with the other banks, the commercial banks, for them they have a standard like CAMOS. You can use CAMOS to evaluate your performance. But when it comes to these circles, they don't have a clear standard. And most of the global studies looked at this. But as Ugandans, I cannot now say that let us go with the global standards, because now our regulator is just old. He's just 5 years old. So we cannot compare the other people with us. And here we are. So the consequences of this such a performance can lead to high credit risks, can lead to loss of member confidence. And there is nothing bad like losing member confidence. There is one district in the western part. In 1 year, over 7 circles closed because of very many factors. But all the factors were rotating on corporate governance, and which is bad. Therefore, my study here is coming up to evaluate whether the audit committee attributes such as independence of the audit committee members, then the frequency of meetings and the expertise of members. So the study objective is to examine the effect of audit committee attributes on loan portfolio performance of circles in Usheni district, focusing on audit committee independence, audit committee financial expertise, and audit committee meeting frequency. Significant to all these members you're seeing there, and it's relevant to SDGs, most especially the policy that how Uganda, a developing country, we need to have robust policies that can enable these individuals who are not educated. If they are not informed and if they are not guided, then the other confidence of members will be question mark. Therefore, we need to embrace better practices when it comes to corporate governance of these circles so that they can survive like how we are seeing banks. And I believe that if this study is putting into consideration, something might change. Then the conceptual framework, my study is testing 3 hypotheses, and other studies also address the same issue. However, the studies were done from different places. Some were done in the United States, others were done in Africa, but most of them were looking at the financial performance of SACCOs. Yes, financial performance of SACCO is very key, and I am not denying that. But in this case, it is becoming a very key issue. And according to the agency theory, previously it was as a way to monitor those SACCOs. But currently, we cannot now say we are coming up with the audit committee members so that they control. Now, currently, we are looking at the risk mitigation strategies. And I emphasize that these audit committee members, they need at least not just to control or with the oversight, but looking critically whether those SACCOs have risks. And here I'm asking myself, how will they monitor the risks when they don't have the financial expertise? It's not easy. Again, if they have failed to meet regularly to see what is happening in these SACCOs, how will they know? Because they need to know all these things. Then also, independence of these audit committee members. So, other studies are agreeing, others are in disagreement. However, all in all, you realize that there is still a very big gap on the issue to do loan portfolio performance. Then the methodology, the research design is cross-sectional, and the information data was collected from members of the SACCO. However, it was integrated and analyzed on 36 SACCOs. And my study ensured reliability and validity, as you can see. Then the findings of the study. So, I'm emphasizing that audit committee independence, financial expertise of these audit committee members, and frequency of audit committee meetings is very key. And all the results indicate that they are significant to portfolio performance. When you look at the indicators of portfolio, we have measures such as loan repayment rates, and the results found out that there is a significant and positive relationship on audit committee independence, and financial expertise of audit of SC, as well as frequency of audit committee terms of meetings. It is significant, and so there is a positive relationship. But when it comes to portfolio at risk and also non-performing ratio, results indicate that there is a significant relationship, but there is a negative relationship, which is very good. As we are emphasizing on audit committees, then these ones are totally reducing. Therefore, emphasizing that we need these audit committee members to be independent, have the exercise frequency, so that the portfolios at risk can reduce, as well as non-performing loans. In my discussion, the fact is that emphasizing on demonstrating that effective audit committee strengthens oversight mechanisms, and that independence and frequent competence enhances accountability, improves risk assessment, and strengthens loan recovery system. These results are also in support with stakeholders theory. The stakeholders theory challenges the agency theory, because for the agency theory, it's only looking at two key stakeholders, leaving out other stakeholders. But with stakeholder theory, it's addressing all the interests employees, including regulators, as well as the owners of the business and many other things. However, despite the relative strong audit committee attributes, some circles continue to experience issues to do with portfolio at risk and non-portfolio.
Use the 2 minutes to conclude and recommendation.
Okay. So my conclusion is that since audit committee was found out to be significant, circles are encouraged to embrace or to strengthen these members to be more independent. The law says that they have to be independent, but when you reach there, some of them are not independent. And the meeting should be very key. You are a member, but you don't attend meetings. And also, one of the things that is failing is the financial expertise. And my colleagues were saying that, how will you ensure all these circles to have a financial expert? Now, which one is better? Do you want members' monies? You want these members to lose their monies, or you want to see someone who is an expert? And I emphasize that it's very key that we need to emphasize that at least every audit committee should have an expert in finance. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Let's combine, put together our hands and thank her. Thank you, Dr. Naume. According to our program, the next person would be Professor Nazarius Lukanyangira, but he is still presenting down there. So we want to give him some good time. He will be the last person to present. So now I want to invite Violet, to come forward and represent our work. Viola's work is on the utilization of corporate governance in succession planning for sustainable family-owned small and medium enterprises in Uganda. So Viola, you are given 13 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Violet Asima Chikuli from the School of Business Administration, Nkumba University. I'm presenting a paper on the utilization of corporate governance and succession planning for sustainable family-owned small and medium enterprises in Uganda's central region. From what we have, I have the background and introduction in the table, and I would like to say that family-owned businesses contribute 80 to 98% of all enterprises across the global scope and employ more than 75% of the labor workforce. This is according to examples coming from Walmart, Ford, Tata Group, and Samsung, according to Owusu et al. 2024. However, these people's resilience comes from the strength in their values that are embedded within the companies that they run, the legacies that they have built over time through the family generations, and the long-term vision the founders of the companies have been holding, and the way they have mentored generation after generation. It should be noted that according to Salmon and Hills 2021, 25% of failed transitions stem from lack of prepared successors, and over 80% fail to reach the second generation, and 88% fail to reach the third generation. Members, you can realize that it is very difficult to hold these family family, small and medium enterprises through the fourth generation. And this study is hinged on what I may call the three-generational rule, which says shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in the US, cloaks to cloaks in the UK, and pedals to rice pedals in Japan. When you see shirt sleeves, this barely means that when people are found in business for the very first time, you go through your sweat, you fold your sleeves and you put all your energy to starting the business. And by the time it moves into the second generation, that second generation always finds work almost done. Everything is almost on the table. They enjoy the sweat, they enjoy the products, they enjoy the customers that have been formulated during the 20-year generation time. And by the time we move to the third generation, these people have relaxed so much, and the family business is moving to the charters. It is being squandered because the vision that was held by the founders is no longer moving through the second generation, the third generation, and by the time the fourth generation comes up, they don't even know what happened in the previous generations. When it comes to Uganda, through the SMEs, they contribute 70% of the gross domestic product, and they provide more than 80% of the country's employment, and many operate on an informal sector that is based on Uganda. And we have information revealed through the Uganda Investment Authority 2018, UBOS 2025, that prominent generation examples in Uganda today are coming from the prominent 4 M's. That is Murana Group, Madivani Group, Meta, and Mokwano. Those are the people, those are the family SMEs that we have in Uganda that have managed to move through the 4th generation. The rest, when it comes to, especially the central region, Kampala being surrounded by the other districts that are so commercial, the enterprises are deeply tied to cultural traditions, kingship networks, and community development. That is according to Aminda, Christina, and Edgar, 2021. Babington and Ashaye define corporate governance as a set of rules and guidelines and policies that emphasize and foster accountability, transparency, and sustainability. And this is hinged and being leveraged on the company policies, especially those that are held through the policy plans and guidelines. These corporate governance through the SMEs can also be reflected through the organizational culture that mainly looks at the values that are held through the SMEs and the traditions that are felt and are being built by the founders. Corporate governance can also be hinged on the employee engagement. That is where the staff of the SMEs get committed and fully involved in the running of the family-owned SMEs. According to Littleback and Bonner, 2021, they define succession planning as the ability to provide continuity and leadership transition. And this is characterized by gradual handover. That is where we see family members in the lineage of founders, the second generation, third generation, and so on. Then we have that gradual transition that moves from generation to generation. Here, listen, as a generation takes a period of 20 years. It is also characterized by a general clear governance roles where once you pick on a family member to take on the administrative role, they must be clearly given the guidelines on how to take on their roles, their responsibilities, to be accountable, and to take on anything that they need to help the family business be governed smoothly. And then the transitions also must be characterized by stakeholder trust, whereby everyone involved in the operations of the SMEs, regarding customers, suppliers, financiers, everyone must earn the trust of the upcoming family member. This succession planning is hinged on 3 constructs, that is successor identification, training and involvement, and then succession communication. Ladies and gentlemen, successor identification takes on talent identification and management, and this speaks on the competences that are embedded within the upcoming family members that must be reflected in the way they run their businesses. This also must be reflected in their readiness to take on the mantle. From the previous speaker, from one of the previous speakers, we heard that usually when founders formulate the family businesses, the members of the family get comfortable, they take advantage of everything around, everything available, everything they can touch, but they rarely put their commitment and engagement in the productivity and growth of the family business. Succession identification should also be hinged on the commitment and motivation of the upcoming family member or upcoming generation, where this is where they are even ready to take on roles, whether paid or voluntary. They should be able to stand into the gaps of where non-family members are missing. Family members should be able to stand in the gaps and be able to run the businesses without being biased in one or another. We have to see these family members motivated in a specific way that brings out the interest that they actually are committed to running the enterprise. The family members also must reflect a sense of credibility. They have to be credible enough. We have to believe in what they do. We have to believe in their abilities and capabilities to earn the trust of the non-family members and the confidence. When we move to the side of the training and involvement, the family members should be able to undergo through competence development. And this is where unique talent is going to be developed for the purpose of running the family business. Because it's not a matter of taking on the mantle, it's not a matter of taking on the governance, but you must have the competences that are needed to run the family business. This must be reflected in the formal exposure, the rotational experience, where the family members must be given a chance to move in every single department of the family enterprise, such that they get to know how every operation is run. They have to be mentored. These people are specifically supposed to go under their seniors, who are supposed to take them through mentorship as they pick on the unique talent and abilities from their seniors. This is also reflected in the growth mindset. If you get a family member who is interested in just taking on the mantle without being interested in the growth mindset, then probably that family business may not go through the third and fourth generation. There should be people who should be able to seek feedback. They should be curious and innovative. They should be volunteers, even in tough assignments. They should be able to earn credibility as being accepted by the non-family members, and they should be ready to be team leaders. Lastly, on succession planning, there should be a specific way of succession communication of intent, whereby the ones in the foundation body should be able to take on effective communication. You don't simply imagine that people are going to think who is going to come next. No, people must be fed with the right communication such that you prepare them as you understand who is going to take on the roles. Let the people around them see them as the next person to step into the gaps, into the shoes of the founder without guessing. Every time you create a space for guessing, it is future conflict. This must be done through transparent announcement, clear messaging, and it has to be a two-way dialogue. For instance, that the foundation body must keep inquiring and finding out whether the interest that this person picked 3 years ago is still around, or whether these people have actually lost interest along the way. So there should be some kind of two-way communication. Lastly, according to Kitterback and Bonner 2021, they define sustainability as an element enduring across generations through economic, social, and cultural balance. This is leveraged through the 3 constructs, which are business restoration, that helps it to revitalize and adapt to changing environment. Business restoration must be through commitment and motivation, as well as credibility and acceptance. While the other contrast, which is survival period, this is where we take on surviving SMEs through generation after generation. So when we say, we can only say a family enterprise has survived through one generation if they have lived 20 years and beyond. That is the period that is going to be, that was the yardstick for this study. And lastly, sustainability is also measured through market share growth, where through the 20 years, the family-owned business should have seen or should have reflected signs of growth, resilience, and sustainability. What motivated this study? According to Isenepis, Kenneberg, and Bonner 2021, only 30% of the family SMEs survive into the second generation, 12 into the third, and 3 into the fourth generation. The implication here is high generation mortality threatens sustainability, and therefore succession planning remains weak on a global basis. According to Munene 2024 and Luyombia 2021, they revealed that cash failures, notably steel mills, WBS television, Zimwe enterprises, Zimwe construction, Mukalazi technical services, these collapsed due to poor succession, governance, and financial mismanagement. Members, this clearly illustrates the vulnerability of the family SMEs and a lack of governance structures which accelerate the collapse. According to the World Bank Report 2020, it was revealed that 60% of the family SMEs face internal family conflict over the roles and shares, while 80% of the founders, over 60, lack succession plans due to cultural reverence for areas. Only 15 formalized governance. Only 15 formalized governance structures, and only 65% succeed. Allow me to go through the objectives. This was guided by human resource policy, the organizational culture, and how employee engagement strengthens succession planning for the sustainability of the family-owned SMEs. This was hinged on the research hypothesis. There is no significant relationship between corporate governance, succession planning, and business sustainability of family-owned SMEs. The scope was the coverage from 2020, 2019, and 2024. Reason is, during this time, according to Luja and Katamba 2023, so many family businesses came to close because the founders actually suffered from COVID and died. And there was a very, very big trouble letting the second generation take on the mantle which they were not prepared to do so. So, as you have seen them under the problem statement, many of them actually collapsed during that time. The content scope is focused on succession planning practices based on succession identification, training, communication of intent, and how these foster and boost sustainability. The geographical scope was based on the central region of Uganda, which includes Kampala and the neighboring districts of Wakiso, Mukono, Pigi, Luwero, Lutiana, Chiloka, Nakasongo, Rakai, Yaratonde, Zimbabwe, Lutambala, Gomba, Boikwe, and Kayunga district. This was picked from UBOS 2024. A number of studies were carried out by the previous scholars, that is Nigeria 2018, Tuyatunga 2023, Monene 2024, and Nkumba 2024. And these highlighted a number of key gaps that were moving from contextual, methodological, knowledgeable, and so on. The study was pinned on 3 theories. That is the resource-based view theory and the stewardship theory. Ladies and gentlemen, you should be able to realize that for so many decades, family-owned businesses are able to move through the second and third generation if they pick on valuable talent, valuable competencies that are not even imitatable over time. And that is according to the resource-based view. And according to the stewardship theory, family-owned businesses usually hinge the choice of the next generation on trust and long-term orientation. These directly feed into corporate governance through accountability and transparency, on succession planning through leadership continuity, and on sustainability through long-term viability. However, we have challenges that pushed this study, and the challenges in central Uganda. Evidence from Abijah's 2018 and above reflect weak governance, informal succession plans, and founder dependency. And this speaks to us that when these people die, it is actually almost inevitable to push the business to another generation. This was the conceptual framework. I think it has been reflected where I'm coming from. And allow me move to methodology, which was based on pragmatism, combining positivism and interpretivism, carried out through a mixed methods approach. Most of it was explanatory, targeted 1,500 stakeholders in the different generational SMEs. I took information, I picked data from the first generation, second generation, third generation. And when you look at the extensive findings, you realize that the people that actually got responses from the first generation were many more compared to the people that actually I had the chance to interface with through the fourth generation. I used structured questionnaires, key informants, and which were both tested and pre-tested. Went through validity and reliability, then I used the analysis techniques, and I ensured ethics and quality. Findings, ladies and gentlemen, on objective 1, to examine how the human resource policy influences succession planning for the sustainability of family-owned SMEs in the central region of Uganda. The findings
So I'm adding a few minutes to summarize.
Okay, thank you. Objective 1 revealed that, let me straight away to go to the implications. It revealed that structured human resource frameworks are critical enablers of succession planning. They indirectly strengthen sustainability by ensuring fairness, accountability, and preparedness for the next leader. Through objective 2 on culture, organizational culture, and how it influences succession planning for sustainability, there was it was positively correlated and having results at p-value of 0.56. However, this did not show a significant relationship. And the implication is well-founded-driven values foster ethical behavior. Culture alone is insufficient for sustainability. Therefore, formal governance structures are necessary to translate values into long-term continuity. Objective number 3 on employee engagement and how it strengthens succession planning for the sustainability. It revealed a positive, significant relationship at a 0 point, mean 4.2 and 0, standard deviation of 0.6. The implication for sustainability was engagement enhances resilience and sustainability by strengthening identification and training, yet loyalty-driven engagement may paradoxically limit transparent succession dialogue, underscoring the need for structured participation and mechanisms. When the hypothesis was tested, now there is no significant relationship between corporate governance and business sustainability. Findings revealed it revealed a significant positive relationship between the variables, and the interpretation came in as corporate governance is a significant predictor of sustainability, explaining only 41.6% of the variance, meaning that robust governance sustainability substantially enhances the long-term viability and resilience of family-owned SMEs. Thus, the null hypothesis was rejected. Just briefly to go through the discussions, the study revealed and highlighted.
Conclude and make recommendations.
Okay, the evidence we have gone through shows that corporate governance is the backbone of sustainability in family-owned businesses. Therefore, these study findings carry a profound message for Ugandan SMEs, where succession planning must be treated not only as a family tradition, but also a governance-driven strategy. Just allow me to go through the recommendations. Family-owned SMEs should be able to strengthen their HR governance through establishment of advisory boards with family and external members to ensure accountability and strategic continuity. SMEs that belong to the family should be able to institutionalize the culture through oversight, and that is, could be mandate or incentivize governance committees via policymakers to translate ethical culture into resilience. They should be able to formalize employee engagement. You should realize that most family enterprise owners do not involve other employees when they are thinking about succession planning. This has to change through succession workshops, communication forums, leadership programs that turn loyalty into transparent dialogue to strengthen succession planning. And lastly, they need to embed governance in succession by integrating HR frameworks, culture ethics, and employee engagement into governance structures, making succession a strategic pathway to sustainability and resilience. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Viola, for venturing into that sustainability of small and medium enterprises, which employ most of our people in Uganda. Thank you so much. We will do justice to your study later. Ladies and gentlemen, the owner of the last paper, Professor Nazarius Rukanyangira, is finally here. And before we respond to all the papers that have been presented, I want to give him the chance to come forward and present. Professor Nazarius' area is unlocking financial gains, the contribution of compliance supportive features to small and medium enterprise performance in Kikubo Business Center, Kampala, Uganda. So, Professor, you are welcome. We are giving you 13 minutes to present your work, and later on we'll react to what you have presented. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am sorry I'm late, but I was presenting the other papers down. So I'll fit in the 13 minutes because first of all, I am already tired. So if I bore you, don't mind. The good thing is Professor Solomon will publish these articles and you will be able to read everything. So I am once again happy to be here. The topic is that I have an assistant to move for me. I appointed that guy to move for me the slides because it is challenging. So that topic, to give it a background, don't think about the gains of protecting the gains. I am talking about the financial gains for SMEs. And when I entered, the chairman was talking about SMEs. The recent statistics from UBOS say they contribute 80% to our GDP. And in the private sector, actually, they are at 90%. So they play a critical role in Uganda. They are a vital component of Uganda's economy. However, many SMEs face significant challenges in complying with the tax requirements while maintaining the profitability and operational efficiency. To address these challenges, Uganda Revenue Authority introduced the electronic tax systems. These systems, they were equipped with the compliance support features such as automated calculations if you don't file the filing reminders and the error correction tools. Now, this study is examining how these support features can contribute to financial performance among SMEs. You recall, this is a system brought by URA, and therefore many studies that have been conducted are looking at the side of URA. Is URA benefiting from this? Now, this study is looking at SMEs in particular. If they use these systems, are they able to also benefit from that side? And therefore, this study is going to examine now from the side of the SMEs. You will agree with me that electronic tax systems, you have the next year have that one, have been implemented, and between you and me they are supposed, and research has proved that they can increase financial performance. However, in Nkumba, they are still facing so many challenges in filing errors, delayed submissions, penalties, network connections. Now you can imagine the whole morning Professor Solomon was struggling to connect his online community, and in Nkumba is known with the VC with the highest skills in information technology. Now you can imagine what happens to Nkumba people down there. If Nkumba was struggling, what happens the other side? So they still have those challenges, and there is of course limited empirical evidence regarding their effectiveness in financial performance. This study, therefore, was undertaken to address this knowledge gap. I need to mention that I undertook this study with my master's student, Brian Wargembe, who is now enrolled for a PhD, but he was unable to be here because he is not in the country. No, I've already mentioned the problem statement. You need to go with me. They gave me 13 minutes, so I'm going very quickly. The objectives are there. Anyone here who doesn't know the use of objectives in a study or research questions, if you are here, really don't go So those are the objectives and the research questions. We go to important things like significance. So this study will contribute, of course, to EPRICO and academic literature for scholars like you and me in understanding how digital tax compliance support features directly influence SMS survival and financial performance. You recall, me I'm on the side of MEs. I am not the other side. Practically, it also will provide the traders, the SMEs, with a functional roadmap to leverage taxpayer support systems. Of course, for strategic business optimization, accurate stock taking, and formal capital access. Ultimately, this study offers actionable evidence for authorities like URA, KCCA, to transition from punitive enforcement to support fast frameworks that lower costs and, of course, foster mutual trust. We go to next one. Yeah, the theoretical foundation. The study is hinged on those theories, the slippery slope framework, and the resource-based review. They complement each other to underpin this study. Don't ask me for the conceptual framework, although I have it, but the guideline never required me to produce it. But if you say I produce it, I have it. Now, we go to the literature review. Of course, the studies that are existing show that these compliance support features improve tax accuracy, administration, and all these other things. However, there is, if you look at these studies critically, there are gaps that come up that are contextual, empirical, geographical is prominent. Most of these studies, as you shall see, those scholars you may not even get one from Africa. And therefore they may not be applicable. So all those gaps have been identified in the literature, and that's why I have given a literature review gaps matrix. I don't know how I'm doing on the time. You quickly go the methodology. So of course the current study has adopted mixed methods, design, and of course approaches, and data was collected from from 189 respondents, because the population was around 310. Don't ask me where I got it. It is down there. The SMEs have a database, and we went for the current one, and there are also consultancy firms that have been hired to train these SMEs. They were able to give us figures that we have relied on. And of course, we used SPSS version 26 for quantitative data analysis and thematic analysis for qualitative analysis. So directly to the findings, in general, in general, no, hang on. We have descriptive findings, and in general, the findings reveal positive perceptions regarding compliance support systems. But they have given ratings, some are high, some are moderate ratings. Then the correlation results, the next one. Reveal a correlation coefficient of that R is a type in the error. It should be another small r. But we know it indicates a strong positive relationship, and as you can see, the significance level was less than 0.05, confirming that the relationship was statistically significant. The regression analysis revealed an R squared value of 0.509. This means compliance support systems explained approximately 50% of the variation in the SME financial performance. This is automatically substantial proportion and indicates that these support features are important determinants of business success. The qualitative findings, those are things that have emerged. You remember we are using SMART analysis, but of course they provide an additional insight into the factors that influence the effectiveness of these compliance support features. In all, when you look at those previous studies, these previous studies of course confirm this relationship, but when you look at all of them, there is no one that comes even from Africa. So you can see how this study is important, because the previous studies may not be applicable to the environment down here where we are operating from. In conclusion, the study concludes that these compliance support features are important determinants of SME performance, and based on that, we recommend the next one to different stakeholders on what they do. We have several recommendations for Uganda Revenue Authority. Of course, there is a need to improve user-friendly support tools and strengthen taxpayer education initiatives. For government agencies, investment in digital infrastructure and digital literacy programs should be prioritized. For SMEs, of course, they also need to continuously invest in digital skills development, which is very necessary to help them utilize these compliance support features. Then, of course, on the policy side, the policymakers should promote wide adoption of the digital tax systems and expand taxpayer services. For example, the establishment of a technical support center down there in Nkumba, because you can go there, you find a man is putting in his plastic shoes for you, you have put the training in Sheraton, he fears even to go there. So if you put it down there, it can support them and they will be encouraged to move forward. With those few remarks, hope I have used my time very well. I thank you very much for listening to me, and now request for your contribution, deduction, or any of those words that can build my scholarly work to be able to impact society. I thank you very much for listening to me and look forward for an opportunity to share with you more.
Thank you very much, Professor Nazarias. I've added the 3 minutes to your presentation because
amidst
presentations, but going through the summary of each presentation is going to waste another 25 minutes. And yet we want to be here at most 25 minutes. So allow me not to summarize this presentation, but to go straight to the reactions. And I want to request that you go straight to the point. We are going to correct 4 questions, first round. But if you feel you have another question, I'll allow you to ask it in the second round. And I want to alert all the presenters to listen, because a question may be coming directly to you. So note all those concerns and questions and additions, because we want to improve and add value to what has been presented. And remember, these papers are likely to be published in our beautiful journals of Nkumba and Ndeje University. So without wasting time, may I start correcting the questions? The first 4 in the first round. I know you were noting your concerns. And I'm sure you are not tired yet. Or you are satisfied. Yes, let's begin with the...
I can start. I forgot I had a question. Chair, thank you. The gentleman who, I'm sorry, the doctor who presented on robotics, I forget his name.
Is Ezra Olibatuma.
Yes, but Ezra, that was an interesting study, but I'm worried. You know, normally when we're doing research, we look for solutions to solve problems. That's why we ask what problem are you solving. Now, I'm worried for you. You seem to be leading to a level where you want again to create a problem for us. Now, I want to be a devil's advocate. For you, you're encouraging robotics to be encouraged in this country and this area. We know we are suffering from jobs. Now, when you bring robotics to start even teaching, start sweeping, start doing all this kind of thing, I can see job displacement. I can see unemployment because of what you are proposing. I can see widening economic inequality. As you know, it's an expensive venture to come up with robotics. So those who would be having money would be the ones to enjoy life, others will not. So the widening economic influence. I can see dependency on foreign technology, because we don't have that technology here. So that dependency, maintenance of those things you're going to create. I can see also traditional skills and livelihoods. I don't know whether you have seen that when you create robotics. Do we have some traditional mechanism, skills of gardening, of digging, of keeping other things. So you're bringing robots, people will forget those traditional skills. I can see cybersecurity and also data risks. Now, these robotics can actually be, of course, you're going to be connected to digital network, can be misused. You're going to have a robot in your house, which you think is going to clean your place. Someone hacks it and starts shooting you. Or isn't it? Yes, okay. And then for you, thought it was for cleaning your place. So those are my, what is it, ethical. Also, there are also ethical and social concerns. But you are free to whether to respond or leave them. Thank you very much.
Ezra, you will respond at the right time. Let's go next to...
Thank you, Chair. I have a small one for Viola.
For?
Viola.
Okay.
Viola made reference to Mukwano, Maduvani, Metal, those 4 M's. Yet, I'm wondering whether those are SMEs in the current state. So, why make reference to those big companies as SMEs? Thank you.
Okay. Viola, you will respond at the right time. Any other concern? We have 2. I'm remaining with the 2 in the first round. Yes, I've given you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Mine goes to Mr. Chibuka. Mr. Chibuka, you did a survey of literature on social equity orientation persuasion mechanism in large-scale agriculture investment in Rweza wetland. But in your presentation, what I didn't see is I expected you to present to us like, was there social equity? For example, maybe in Africa, which scholars talked about social equity? In Uganda, which scholars? In East Africa, which scholars? And if they were there, what type of mechanism did they use? I didn't see that coming out in your literature review. And then you end up with the literature gaps. What did they talk about? So that one didn't come out properly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chibuka, you respond at the right time. One question in the first round before we can respond. Yes, I've given you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chibuka, to you again. You talked about issues of equity. I didn't hear you talk about John Royal's theory. The Rowellian theory proposes issues of equity, equality, and at this level, the theory used there, I didn't find its basis without John Rowell. So what happened? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's respond to these 4, then we will take another round. I want to start with the Ezra Oribatunga.
Yes, I will come that question. You are asking.
Thank you so much for that question. It is good, of course, and it has always been asked that when robots are being adopted, people will lose jobs. Instead, they will increase jobs. Because you'll find you have teachers for teaching them. You are creating them to do those hard tasks, meaning that productivity is increasing. Again, you create personnel whom you will be paying. That means those are jobs. And then easing the work that could take 24 hours takes like 7 hours. Now, like sometime back, you could having a car. You drive the whole day going a journey, but you find 2 hours you have already reached because of improvements. So next, it depends on, that's why I talked of government policy. When you put a policy, strong policy, not just passing a policy and things from there, it can regulate those robotic usage. You may say a robot is said to do this. Maybe we could assume of cyber attacks somewhere, somehow, but when the policy is being there and regulated very well, we can achieve our goals accordingly. So, me, I see more jobs will be brought, because we shall create jobs in institutions. You'll find you have so many lecturers or teachers, because you are creating jobs for them to teach some kind of things. Even graphics. Not all graphics are done by these AIs. You know, there are some other graphics that are done by human beings using physical hands. So me, I see it is very, very important if you can promote these robotics in our developing Uganda as a country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ezra. I have Professor Solomon's number. If you need it to carry on that conversation further, I will be glad to give it to you. Thank you. So, Viola, you have one question, whether those references are appropriate to those SMEs. Can you respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chibuka, for the question. I had to refer to the 4 M's. Mukwano, Mulwana, Madivana, and Later, because they have moved the journey. They have moved the journey. This is a generational journey. And those companies have moved up to the 4th generation. There is no way you're going to talk about transition without talking about the companies that have been there. Then another reason why they are there is that they actually set the standards. They set the standards. They have the story to tell for the upcoming SMEs. For whichever SMEs that is feeling they are challenged with how to transit to the next generation, then they can always look forward to probably sharing a story from those success companies. Then lastly, we compare and contrast not because they are part of the SMEs, but because they are proof that companies can actually move even to the 8th generation if the right choices are made, if the quality of corporate governance is taken on, if the process of corporate governance is followed smoothly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Viola. As I'm waiting for the microphone, we want to go to Mr. Kibuka, who has 2 questions in the 2 areas, whether there was social equity and the gaps all over identified, and the second one is on the theory that you left out. Can you respond, Mr. Kibuka?
Thank you, Chair. On where there are social equity concerns in Uganda, linking participation to social equity in wetland, in the utilization of wetlands, are non-existent in Uganda. They are not there. There are studies on social equity, particularly in areas of health, in public administration, and education, but not specifically focused on the utilization of wetlands, social equity concerns as far as wetlands are concerned. And therefore, I found a gap, and that justifies why this study has to be done. Dr. Shinji, the John Rowellian theory, I did not consider it. I considered the original theory of John Stacey Adams, and there are various other scholars who have enriched that theory, and John Rowellian is one of them, and I admit I can include it as well because it is very enriching in supporting this study. Thank you. Mr. Chibuka, I would like to encourage you to read the works of Petronila, who is our staff here, that he did a study on wetlands and I supported her with content. So when you say there is no study, it worries me. Either you did a surface literature or data mining, and it sounds an allegation that there is no data on that in the intellectual space. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chibuka, for that response. But luckily enough for Dr. Chingi's a stone is throw, so you can carry on with that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go to the second round and take 4, then we can call it a session. So who is ready to respond in the second round? Second round of questions. We want to take 4. Yes. Give her the microphone.
Thank you so much. See, I've been very attentive. Mine goes to Professor Nazarias. Professor, you talked about unlocking the financial gain, and he mentioned in the conclusion that compliance to electrical tax collection, it makes SMEs benefit financially. And from an ordinary point of view, I'm looking at a scenario, Professor, where with electrical gadgets, when you pay as you earn for your staff, if you're an SME, the government can know that actually now you have 5 people, you have paid NSSF, therefore you are going to pay tax, therefore you are going to pay license. So with the electrical gadgets and systems, the SMEs actually are spending more. And when they spend more money, I'm wondering now how their profits can increase when the expense actually is a lot. Before these electrical things, when you have a business, when you buy a car and you import it, the government can know that Josephine has imported a car. So therefore, that car, if you put on a sticker for the business, government will be able to track you and you pay tax for that particular car. So with the electronic system, there is no way like SMEs are benefiting. They are actually spending more in complying with the tax collection, and their profits are even actually encroached on the taxes. So for this study, I'm kind of wondering how it actually benefits compliance, it benefits the government. But for the SMEs, you pay every tax, comply, entering into your profits. So that is my comment from an ordinary person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He will respond at the right time. Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. At this moment, my question goes to Mr. Simon Violet. Thank you so much, first of all, for the presentation. It is a catchy one. My concern is on the succession planning. I'm so much interested in the elements that measure it. One is identification, training, and communication. My question is on training. What could be the training needs, the key training needs the business owner can consider in this case? Then the other question is on communication. Communication is very, very important. However, I'm wondering how much could be the contribution to sustainability of the business owner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll respond at the right time. I have 3 questions. I can accept 2. The organizing chair has whispered to me that we are nearing closure. So as we are nearing, let's finish this round. Yes, I've given you the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think I'm very enough. My ask is to
finding out, given the age categorization in Uganda, looking at the definition of young, minor, elderly, who is this eligible person in the succession plan to focus on? Because when you come to those underage or under 18, they want to call minors, there is that maybe they are not adult enough or mature enough to be eligible successors. And then again, there is that when they are above 65, they are also still not able to stand on their own to make certain decisions. It's where I'm coming from to find out. In your presentation, could it have just missed, or could you enlighten us more on who is eligible for this? I'm also speaking at the constructs of having to train, having to look at successions and who should take it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Is going to respond. Let me just accept one and we make it to the end. Okay. So I want to give the opportunity to the presenters to respond. I will start with the Professor Lazarus Kanyangira on those electrical gadgets and systems.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't see the one who asked the question. I might. Yeah, very good. Because I might answer, then you again meet me and ask me again. Now, to begin with, there is no alternative. Nobody is going to do business in Uganda without that compliance. So, but in taxation, there is what we call evasion and avoidance. Avoidance is illegal, evasion is illegal. So they must learn how to structure their business to operate within these systems. And the moment they fit there, they will make more money actually than they have been making. Because evasion is worse. You will attract penalties, you will do that. But what you need to understand, there is no alternative that you can operate without these support systems. It is not going to work. So you must learn how to work and operate with them. Perhaps I have answered your question.
Thank you, Professor. Then let's go to Asimwe Viola. Lastly, you have 3 questions. Can you please respond?
Thank you very much. Dr. Rachel, you asked about the key training needs in family-owned businesses. You should realize that different family-owned businesses are actually unique, and you're going to find that as you move from one sector to the other, then the training needs actually change. It also depends on the growth, the life cycle or the growth stage. Usually, smaller businesses have fewer training needs. As the company gets bigger, even the need to train a variety of a diversity of needs are also present. However, there are some key areas that you can actually think of that are key to managing a business. For example, in the human resource, it is very, very important that human resource is one of the areas that you really need to train people on how to manage other people, because one of the key things that we are going to pick on as evident in family-owned businesses is being able to pick on the right teams. Since this is about succession planning and sustainability, to be able to make that company sustainable, you must be having the right teams. Therefore, whoever is going to take on the mantle should be very, very well equipped when it comes to choosing the right teams. Then another key area I can think about is in finance, how to manage the cash flows within an organization, because again, apart from the teams that you have, you need to know how to manage the resources. So if the other side you have the human resources, then it is financial resources are also key for running and sustaining an organization. So making financial decisions is a key training need for family-owned businesses. The other one is in the legal aspect, where you need to know that where family business need to trade and where not to trade. And you need to go into the legal environment to know the do's and the don'ts of the company. Thank you very much. That's to mention a few. The other one is on communication. Is communication really key? Yes, I believe one of the areas that any corporate governor, the board of directors, they really need to leverage on communication so much, because there is nothing that is going to be done in an organization without communication. But if you focus communication to succession planning, then we don't want to take people by surprise. We don't want people to keep guessing, am I the next one? Am I the next one? Because every time you keep guessing, that means that people will not have a chance to be trained, they will not have a chance to be mentored, they will not have a chance to know their key roles. But when the communication comes in time and in the right place, then you're able to identify the person at the right time. Then when the communication passes on in a transparent manner, then there's what we call acceptability of the people who have not been chosen, or the people who have not, to build confidence, and all that comes with effective communication. So there's no way you can do without it. Then lastly is, Joan asked about the eligibility when it comes to the age. I'd like to inform reliably that succession planning is not going to come in only because somebody has aged. Succession planning is going to come in at different levels. One of them is the evident one, that is the death. And this is not part of the research, but you should realize that one of the successful stories we have in Uganda here is a 2-year-old priest that took on the mantle from the Toro Kingdom, and that is not inseparable from the family-owned businesses. So it is about the will to prepare at any age, because I want to say that the kids that are prepared, the people are prepared in family business takeovers at an early stage will actually manage much more than those that are old. However, let me take a scenario where somebody is probably losing control at the age 80 and his son is 60, but he's still energetic. If he still has the capabilities, then the training will still go on for the aged. Somebody must be trained from an early stage, such that by the time they are old, then they are simply waiting to take on. We don't have to wait for the people to first age and then we talk on. I can simply say that eligibility can come in from even day one. If you have a chance to train a child from the word go, let them start seeing the story from the very first day they learn to speak their name. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Viola. Before I get off the chair, which I have enjoyed, and get it back to my chair, organizing committee, Professor Solomon, I want to make 2 remarks. First and foremost, I want to thank all the presenters for having shared their knowledge. All these were very beautiful and enjoyable papers. So let's put our hands together to thank all those. Equally, I want to thank everybody for those constructive feedback. Because presenting and sharing is one thing, but you have done justice to those papers that have been presented. And if you take those feedback in good faith, I think we are going to have many publications in our journals. So let's put our hands together to thank those people who have given constructive. Lastly, I want to thank you, Nkumba University and Ndege University, for what has happened today. We have demonstrated that we can locally kupatana and let's combine hands. So, having said all those few remarks, I want to hand over the chair back to my chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musoke, for the wonderful job you have performed. All this thing hurts me. Now, colleagues, I think let's have a big clap again to our chair. And all others who chaired actually this morning. We had 2 breakout sessions. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the chairpersons and the members on behalf of the organizing committee. I'm very, very privileged to say that I think we are almost becoming successful. I don't know whether we are really successful or not, but I think we have had a very good day, well spent. We shall have closing remarks later by Dr. Frank Gigi, the academic registrar of Nkumba University. But before that, I want again to thank all of you, the participants, those who are here physically, and those who attend online, for attending this 2026 NIRIC Nkumba International Research Conference. Organizing committee from Nkumba and Ndeje, I think kudos to all of you. And I want to later ask my co-chair from Ndeje, Professor Martha, if you have something to say. You might come and say it briefly before we hear the closing remarks from the academic registrar. But before Martha comes, I want also to say that we shall have certainly publications. As a university and academics, we feel happy what we produce, what we write, if it is shared beyond the walls of this university or our universities. We have what we call a Nkumba International Research Journal. That journal comes out, I think, twice a year. And we're about to organize another one. Now, all those who will be willing to go through the process of the journal, you communicate to us. We shall give you the communications so that we take you through the process. It's not a simple one. It takes time. We have to do peer reviewing again, to do editing, until the work is acceptable to the standards of the journal. But since we are 2 universities, I think all of you are free to choose which journal you may want to go to. Okay? Both 2 journals, Nkumba and Ndeje, will be open to receive these publications. And whoever you want to publish, you will publish that. But we already have what we call a conference proceedings published. Already, we have it. It's a soft copy at the moment. I think we shared it. I know that you have all got a copy. Have you seen the conference proceedings? Have you? Yes. Now, I thought from morning we shared it, but those who are on the committee, you have that proceedings already. Those who are in that group of WhatsApp, it is there, and there is a link. So I don't know, IT, you need to share a link with our colleagues in Ndeje so they can share it widely to their university and to other people. So to read. Now, in that conference proceedings, we have extended abstracts. That's what has been published there. That's not a journal. We have not published your work. We have only published the extended abstract. So you are free to prepare and publish your work again as a journal article altogether. So don't get comfortable that I published already. No, you have not. But that conference proceeding, we are actually going to get this ISA very soon. It will become a publication. but you already have it and soft copy. We shall also have soft copy certificates that will be issued later to all the participants. We shall organize them after they're being signed by the responsible people. I hope you left your emails. Those, all of you, when you are signing, your certificate will be sent to you. I want to thank you very much, colleagues. The day has been long. I don't know whether Martha wants to say something. Okay, if Martha is not saying anything, but at least Dr. Musoke has said it on behalf of Deji University. But colleagues, let's give a hand clap again to Deji University. As it was said in the morning by our Vice Chancellor, and it is not common for universities to come together to collaborate in some of these issues. But we are starting a journey as private universities that we can work together. When we put our resources together, we can achieve a lot. Organizing a conference is not simple. It requires a lot of resources and time, but it was a bit easier when the two of us came together, the two universities. Other universities think of competition. When you call a university to come for your activity, they look at it, why do you go to a competitor? I think we shouldn't be that, we should go beyond that as a university. That's why we call it a university. University, we deal with universal knowledge. Okay? All of us, universal knowledge. We normally organize a conference here, an annual PhD conference. It happens every year to our students who are going to graduate. But we open it up to all PhD students in the country and beyond to come and participate. I always write to all universities that have postgraduates, but very few come. Very few bring their students. And I don't know why they do that, but I'm happy that this kind of collaboration is starting, and I'm inviting Deji University that in August we shall have another conference, this is specifically for PhD students and those who are going to graduate. We're inviting you, we shall write to you formally, and you'll see the programs. It's always in August. And we already have, those ones already sworn the papers, around 25. I already have 25 PhDs who are going to graduate this year, preparing. Okay, so I want to take this opportunity to invite our academic registrar to give us closing remarks. And unless there is I think there's anything else. So, Doctor, you're most welcome. We already took the photograph, we will not take another one, but you can take individual photographs if you want someone. You're also welcome.
I think I'm visible here. I don't know whether it is afternoon according to the clock calendar, or it is evening, but allow me to say good evening, colleagues. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening. Personally, I'm delighted to be here and I'm delighted to give this closing remark. Professor Solomon, this conference is a success. And I especially clap for ourselves. I would like to congratulate everybody who participated today in here. Those who participated in terms of presentations, those who had paper presentations, I would like to congratulate you. Thank you very much. You deserve a hand. I would like to congratulate whoever has attended up to this far and those who left early due to other responsibilities. I want to congratulate you too. Thank you very much. If we are clapping, we clap. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee. Thank you very much, Professor Solomon. Thank you very much, Professor Martha from Ndeje, Professor Bule, and the Ndeje team and the Nkumba team. Thank you very much. My congratulations go to the people that will receive the content, all those that have received the content that has been presented. We realize that we have presented content that has sharpened intellectual civility of whoever has listened. 1. Intellectual civility in the economic domain. We have had discussions in the area of business, economics, marketing, succession planning. We have had conversations in the area of AI. I liked very much the questions, the conversation. We have had conversations in the area of social sciences, in the area of education, in the area of commercial art, in the area of public health, to mention but a few. All these presentations ought to have an influence on the economic, political, social direction of this country and of the nation at large. We must make sure that our findings are not just kept, as Professor Solomon indicated. We need to publish. This has been part of the dissemination process, but we need to publish. We need to engage more policymakers. We need to engage other collaborators, people in the industry, to make sure that we realize what Kurt Lewin indicated in the cyclical, inseparable bond between academia and the action-oriented world. We do not write to keep information. As Professor Sentes Akademideret indicated, a university that does not publish is only a glorified what? Secondary school. So if we keep quiet with these conversations and we don't publish them, the congratulation will come halfway to glorify the conversation again halfway. But I believe and trust that what we have brought in the academic inquiry will inform real-world implementation that is going to change the industry, that is going to inform policymakers, that is going to inform government, both public and government sector, in order to bring a change and a transformative change in the realization of the SDGs and 2030 agenda. I want to call ourselves to partner, colleagues. Let us partner with other universities that have not been here, but to start with, let us carry out collaborative joint research. If we are clapping for that, let us clap, because I like in the morning, we were requested at least to by the end of the day, we leave when you have a friend from our sister university, that is Ndeje University. I'm glad that these collaborations will yield again other publications and information that will inform other conferences. Let us partner with the policymakers, with the industry, again with the government in realizing the transformative change of the SDGs 2030 agenda. I owe you and declare this conference closed. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. You are free to interact. But after a closing prayer, we had a service day in the morning embracing our food. And then another person who wants to close. Some pastor who are here. Oh, yes. Yeah, what you are here about?
Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. We thank God for making sure that this conference comes to an end. Let us humble ourselves before God. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you very much for this wonderful day that has taken us time and period to prepare the presentation to share with one another. We thank you for the word that you started with in the morning and the word you have ended with this evening. We thank you for the knowledge we have shared to one another. It is not only knowledge, my Father, but light to understand and seek you more in terms of the technical things we do, support the country. We thank the University of Indeje and we thank you for the University of Nkumba for the support you have given to us, Lord Jesus. We thank you for each and every professor in the house. We thank you for the vice chancellors, the deputy. We thank you for the lecturers and we thank you for the students that they are grooming to come up as future glory for the country. We thank you for the government of Uganda and we thank you for all the districts where the research was conducted. We thank you for the authorities that gave us permission to do this research. Father, as we go back home, we pray for journey mercies. And Lord, bless us with your word again. As we go back, let our memories, the consciousness, my Father, of whatever we have learned here, my God, let it be put into practice. The theory, my Father, King of Glory, is not important alone, but we need, my Father, the practice. To put everything we do in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, bless each and everybody in the house again for the August conference which is coming and next year's conference. We thank you, Jesus, and we thank you, Lord, and thank you, the Holy Spirit. In Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. God bless you all.
Yes, you are